Let's go already! Let's go! Let's go!
List on my intro. Pardon. There we go. Howdy. Yo, 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 let's go. Welcome in, everybody. Happy whatever the hell day this is. Wednesday. Oh, you know, I didn't see the end. Oh. Mornock's throwing in a game of basketball to start the day off fresh and strong. I like it. The game of basketball is very simple. This is a free-for-all. All you have to do is enter in the numbers. The first number is going to be your angle. That's 0 to 180. That's to shoot from here. And then your second number is the power, which is going to allow you to get here. The combination of the two numbers is the magic formula to success, both in the game and in life. I feel it sounds kind of inspirational music about it. But anyone can join in. You don't have to do join or anything. Just start pumping in those numbers. Come the winner. Yeah, you know, I didn't see Tiger White how that ended up, so I don't know. 1, 2. Yeah, my mic seems really hot. How you guys doing? I still didn't get any sleep. I stayed up late. I did play a little pinball. Actually, I played a lot. I played like hours. But, and I just played one game. And thankfully, though, now I don't hear the ZZ Top song anymore. It's like, you know, like birds tweeting. You just kind of get used to it. Kind of almost like it. You're like, oh. Actually, I played the game so much that there's like, I discovered there's other music. Like if you play long enough on one ball, the music starts to change. I was like, holy shit, what's this? Is this a different mode? That's a different song. Oh, cool. But I did make some content while I was playing last night. Last night's patch, I really, really liked it. I thought it was really beautiful. I let it run for a little bit longer. And I came back around, and I was like, you know, why don't I just put a camera on it, and I'll do a little changes here and there, but let me just record it and try to get like a really long form recording. And I got up to 6 hours. That's pretty good. Hey, first kid. Yeah, you can if you want to join in on the game here, you can absolutely join in, if that's what you meant by it. You know, was it Faith No More or Mike Patton who asked, "It's it. What is it?" Tough one. If you made it, if you're talking about if it is the stream, you made it on time. Oh, cool. And I just got contacted. Someone's going to come pick up some more stuff. I'm might turn that down just the tiniest bit. Although I still like it hot. And that, my friends, can only mean Mr. X. How you doing, mate? The super guile, extra guile. And whose stream was I at? I was in someone's stream. Oh man, I wish I could remember who it was. It was a German stream I follow. They come here and hang out, but it wasn't President McHammergeil, because I know he'd know that. It was some other one, and I was like, I know that the streamer spoke English, but they were speaking German, and I didn't really want to like shift gears out, so I just tried to lay low. And it was like, just watching chat fly by, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck they're saying. I got the, cat, house, I got like 1 or 2 words, but I really had no context. And I'm just like, extra guile, just. But then they recognized me, and they started saying, oh, hello, Sid. And I was like, no. Speak to me in guile only. That's all I understand. I don't know English. I don't know German. I only know guile. Wow. You're right there with us. I don't know what's happening. It's good, though, to have, like, a little quirky obsession, honestly. Like, I got plenty of them already, but what's one more, right? It's like falling in love all over again. It's like a first kiss all over again. You're like, oh, I guess I'm playing pinball now. All right, could be worse. Could be doing heroin. I wonder which is cheaper. A lot of weekend warriors can keep that whole addiction thing under $50. Maybe not in this climate, anyways. I had a glass of red wine, and now it's time to cool down with a beer. Whoa! Wine into beer. You Germans know how to party. Damn. I couldn't do that. I could not do a wine then a beer. Unless I was pretty drunk. Once I had like a bunch of drinks before that. Then I would be like, oh, you're out of wine? What kind of beer you got? You got any beer? I'll take some beer. What you got? Heineken? Yeah, Heineken after red wine. That should pair nicely on my palate. Let's go. You're German. Yeah, I know. I think it's going to be a lot like when I went on a cruise. I spent the whole day like drinking and getting like horse-face shit fucked up drunk. Like all day. Just keep trudging through. Just trying to maintain that, like, don't drink too much so you fall asleep. And you can't walk no more. But drink enough to where you can make it to the bar. And then the next day was like, oh, fuck. Oh, I just want to sleep. Oh my God, I drank too much yesterday. This eye still won't open. It's stuck closed from just one eyeing it so hard. It's just stuck. I think I'm a Cyclops now. I'm cool with that. A lot of famous Cyclopses. In a beer or wine? Ugh. That would be gross. That's like that's like hard root beer. I bought that. That's not good. In my opinion. It's like they ruined beer and root beer at the same time. They ruined alcohol and root beer at the same time in the same place. It's like, hey, do you like root beer? Yeah. Do you like alcohol? Yeah. Well, now we put them together. Huh? Yeah, that sounds cool. What is this abomination? It's like someone took a shit in my beer and pissed in my root beer. Ah. Ugh. I still get grossed out thinking about it. That's the only way. Well, that's all like you can do. Like I went on a cruise. God, this is a long, long time ago, like 14, 15 years ago, and I went with my mom and my sister, and it was like a little family thing. It was like it's a long story, but it was like a kind of a treat to us thing, and I lucked out because I got my own room, but my mom and my sister had a roommate together, and that was awful. My mom gets seasick really easily, we discovered. She didn't used to, but now she does. And my mom can't hold her liquor, and like the first day, she drank like a Texas tea, which is basically a Long Island. It's like a double Long Island. And I think maybe there's some ingredient difference, but either way, she like downed it, and I was still sipping on mine. She's like, I want another one of these. And I'm like, I don't know, I think you should slow your roll, Turbo. She gets another one, and then she gets like 2 drinks into it, and she's like, I'm gonna be sick. So I help her back to her room, and I was like, I'll check on you in like 30 minutes. Oh, thank you. And yeah, and then she spent like 3 days being ill. But my takeaway from it is it's not so bad, although I don't like the length of it was awful. Like eventually I felt very claustrophobic. Because it's like being trapped inside of a building, you know? You can't leave the building. And they do have excursions where they stop off at different places, which is nice, but you kind of figure out it's just a big tourist trap thing. And instead of like, your freedom from that ship is equated to how much money you want to spend. I mean, you can walk around and whatever, but there's, you don't always are in the best of spots, so you kind of want to take the bus because you're in the middle of nowhere and you're like, oh, where the hell am I? So yeah, it was kind of crazy. I didn't like it. I think I could do it again if it was like a short, like maybe 3-day coastal thing or 4 tops. 5 tops, there you go. Nah, I don't like 5. 4. I stick with my original number. Thought Texas tea was crude oil. Black gold. Oil, that is. Yeah, it's also some sort of Long Island drink. Well, my mom didn't drink crude oil. She drank like liquor. Booze on top of booze. There you go, $85 to ride a Jeep to see some neon spray-painted horses and get funneled into a gift shop. Exactly. Yeah, with like 100 other people, it's just, I don't know. It was not a fun experience. I think if I were to do it again, I would try to look for a smaller cruise thing, like a smaller package. And preferably something that was all-inclusive. Curtis, not on the one I was on. But that was a while back. Maybe they have them now. Although the one I was on was like, if I remember right, was supposed to be the largest cruise ship in the sea. I'm like, technically it's a gulf. We're in the Gulf of Mexico. But who am I to correct nautical people? Nah, it was all right. What was the one thing? Oh yeah, at the time. So this was like around 2008 or something, I think, maybe. What was really funny is like the ship like your phone was worthless because you were out at sea and they didn't have like a cell service at the time. Like I think now that's not an issue, but at the time when I went, like a cell phone was just like I just turned mine off and put mine in my bag because I was like, well, it doesn't work. And phones weren't very fun back then. They were less fun. And so I remember I was bored, you know, pretty quickly. I was like, yeah, hanging out in a hot tub with a bunch of strangers is fun, but eventually I need more in my life. And so I remember they had like this, there was a nightclub on the ship. And I was like, okay, well, I'll go to the nightclub. And I can't remember, but it was some sort of special night. I can't remember what it was. But I want to say that it was like I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember what the special was actually now I think about it. But either way, I remember I was sitting at the bar, surprisingly enough, and the music's terrible, surprisingly enough, and I'm hanging out, and this gal sits next to me, and she starts chatting up with me, and this is a long time ago, it was long before I met my wife, and she's pretty gal, and I'm like, oh, you know, this might turn into something fun, this might be cool, might have a good story, and she's like, what's your phone number? I'll text you. And I'm like, oh, I don't have my phone on me. There's no service here. And like that, she bailed. And I was like, oh, that was weird. All right. This music's terrible here. This place, you know. So it's like a 7-day cruise, and it just couldn't get over fast enough by day 5. And it's really hard to like smuggle pot because it was just pot. There weren't vape pens or anything. It's really hard to smuggle that. And they don't fuck around on a cruise ship. If you get busted, they dump you at the port. Then you got to fucking find a way back home. So, and sometimes you get arrested when you get off the port, I've heard. So, okay, so I should have clarified. My mom was not with me the entire time of my trip. In fact, she went and did her own thing. As did my sister and me, especially. Because I had my own room. They did not. But no, I actually the other takeaway from it was that I didn't really like the whole cruise industry and the service industry in general for a lot of certain parts of it. Because I talked to the bartender at this one bar, and we kind of became friends, I guess. I don't know. He was really chatty, and he was really nice to answer a bunch of questions. Hey, Proton! And what was the deal? I was talking to him, and he, you know, and this is the case with a lot of those people. He's like, oh, well, I go to sea for 6 months, and then I come back, and I spend like a month with my family, or 9 months. I can't remember anymore. It was some really long period of time to be away from your family. You know, like, oh, dad or mom's away, you know, and they'll be back in 9 months because they're out at sea. And I don't know, that was one thing that kind of bummed me out. I was like, oh, well, that kind of sucks, bro. And it's like, oh, you know, he's all cool about it. He's like, ah, you know, it is what it is, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, still, man, it's like, it sucks that you have to do that, but I guess, you know, you make good money, blah, 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 blah. You take care of your family. I'm sure this isn't a permanent gig. Oh, one more thing before we get out of this topic. If you work in the AV industry, do not get a job on a cruise ship. They don't have OSHA. There's no governing bodies. My friend, like, got his hand clamped in a scissor lift. It just broke his, I didn't break his hand, but, or maybe it did, yeah, I can't remember. It fucked his hand up pretty good. They patched him up, dumped him at the next port, and he went to the doctor and got his bones, worked on, and then he had to get away home. They paid him what they owed him, and they sent him off. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, dude, there's like no OSHA. I had no one to go to. I had nothing. I had no way. I was just, oh, your hand's broke? Well, you're no good to us anymore. Get the fuck off. Well, you guys promised me 6 months. With a working hand, 6 months. Hand don't work, get off boat. Fuck. It was a very nice competition at the sea. Oh. I see. Oh, right on. Cool, cool, cool. Often there's sniffy pups to spoil your enhanced party techniques. Yeah, that was the thing. Like, it was the longest I hadn't really been able to smoke, and we went to Jamaica, but I got hustled and then hustled again. It was just sucked. It was not fun. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I've totally talked myself out of it. We were briefly thinking about going on a cruise, but when me and Mrs. were talking about our honeymoon, what we wanted to do for it, the idea of a cruise was thrown out, but I think I put the kibosh on it like, nah, let's set fire to money in a different way. Yeah, the booze thing was hilarious. My sister, I remember, she ran into these guys that had like 10 suitcases, and they were all loaded up with booze. And their thing was, well, they can't find all of it. No, they were, like 10 suitcases amongst 4 or 5 of them or something. It was a ridiculous amount of suitcases, and they were all filled with liquor. I don't know. I think in the right circumstances, a cruise could be fun. I think it could be an enjoyable experience with a minimal amount of guilt. But I don't think there's enough money for that. Sipping on a beer? Oh, man. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go get any more beverages, but I'm feeling like I should stock up for New Year's. I don't really like to get super drunk, though, on stream. I tend to lose control of shit real fast. Not that I ever had any, but the illusion of control. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, X. Like, it would be, you know, I think if it was possible, if it was even affordable to charter a boat, you know, like, well, for example, so there's this show that the Mrs. watches all the time, and she loves the reality shows, so do not judge her. But there's this there's this show where it's like a little cruise ship and it follows the crew, but it's a small cruise and it's usually like a private type cruise. And just to give an idea of the scale, like the tip out is usually like 50 grand or something like that. So it's pretty high scale. But we could get a big financial backer. Behringer, I'm looking at you. Oh wait, I heard Roland won a lawsuit against Elisa, so they got like $4.6 million. That's got to be cheaper than a cruise. But either way, if we could do something like that, like get like you know, a couple dozen of us or so, and then we all load up on a boat and travel the seas. Oh shit, yo. Maritime law. We can do all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah. Nothing super weird, it's just when you're out there in the ocean, it's the implication. It's not, nothing's gonna go bad. It's just the implication, you know. Is this all made of plastic? Yeah. Yeah, I just watched a thing about Roland sued Alesis for their drum head technology and their electric drums, and it took like 15 years or something to finally go through, but they won. Which sucks though, because it kind of fucks everybody else up for making any drum heads that are similar, because that now they already know they're gonna lose. You replaced the helm with a rotary encoder? Yeah, these are all rotaries encoders. I don't really know what Yuli Behringer sounds like. That's just my stereotypical German accent. Lots of z thrown in there randomly. All right. music go, you know? This money thing can't get tied down to it. You get tied down to the money, you get tied down to the wrong thing. It's like falling in love with hammers. I cannot love a hammer. I am a man. Men cannot love hammers. Neither can women. Humanity cannot love hammers. I don't know where I'm going with this. Alright. Oh my gosh. MC Hammer! Yeah, he has a whole song about that. I dated a pickaxe once. The pickaxe was nice and it came from a good family of pickaxes, mining coal and precious ores. Like that's how that song goes, right? I dated a pickaxe named Lucky. He was staring at me across with those bedroom pickaxes. Went to the movies, we went and saw plays. I fell in love with the pickaxe guys. I don't know why I'm doing it in like a Johnny Cash sort of a way. Actually, it needs the train track drum beat. Hug requires a valid target. Kicked his donkey and said he was full of schist. Man, I have like a mild headache. Took some ibuprofen earlier. I thought it was gone, but it's kind of still there. Kind of sad. That was a good jam there for like a couple minutes. Then it petered out. I was having thoughts though while we were jamming. One, I mentioned it earlier, but Mr. X was in here. I was like, I stayed up really late. I didn't get any sleep again. But I made some long form content because that patch that we had at the end of the night was really, really good. I really liked it. And so I set a camera up and recorded it for like, I think it was a little over 6 hours. So I just got to go through and do some stuffs, but I'll put it on the YouTube soon enough because it'd be nice to have another thing in the big box. There's changes and so forth in it, but like only to instruments being brought in and out, and then maybe at the very end there's like a big change. But I don't know. I was just I was like kind of like this. I think I'll record a little bit of it. It's kind of shame to see it go away. So there, saved for pleasure and posterity. 2 for 1. So before we ended the stream yesterday, I was thinking about doing some weirdness with the main ornament crime here that does all the quartermain work, but instead of just sending it a clock signal, which is what I usually do. I just send an 8th division clock signal or an even numbered clock divided. What? Sorry. An even clock division to there or from here, whatever. It's the right cycle. Everything works right. What if I were to take that out and instead send it a bunch of, I don't know, shit out of here? And then I could also map the triggers if I want to. Maybe I should not. Is there a way for me to do a trigger probability thingy? I don't think so. I really want to get something like that, though. Let me think. Is there a way to do that? Not in the way I'd like. Not like a real-time one. I could do big sample sizes. But nothing really fast. Oh, well. Maybe. I don't think so, though. Yeah, I don't have a way to do that. So I don't have a way to change the probability of the triggers. That I can think of.
Brand new!
Oh my god, look at that. We got LIFO coming in with that follow. Hey, Doey. I missed that you were here. My bad. Random question, but anybody else like really into origami or just me? Not yet. I don't have the hand-eye coordination for origami, like that finer art. I'm amazed I can solder, really. I can't draw. I can't do a lot of like fine motor skill shit. I'm not good at video games. I'm not good at a lot of games. So I don't think I would have a strong inclination to origami. But I do enjoy it, though. I think it looks beautiful. And I've seen some really amazing stuff done with just paper. That's, or folded paper, to be more specific. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Randomus, I'm sorry. I think I may have misspoken. So that's what's going to drive the 4 inputs on here. I may have not said that. So instead of using a clock, I'm going to use the temputiles and drive that with that. But I was trying to think of a way to do gates, but I don't have I think I'm gonna have to get another temputiles. Oh no, more. But yeah, I went over this. I didn't realize it until I put this in. It's ridiculous how many. Here, let me pull the camera in so you can see what like. This is kind of like an ad for. So, ornament and crime running hemispheres, temputiles, regular ornament and crime firmware, squares and circles firmware, and then over here is another hemisphere, And then here is an OG. God damn, why are words hard today? Oh yeah, because of the headache. Ornament and crime. Shouldn't have touched that tilt. I hate it when I do that. Currently working on a ship and almost finished with the dragon. Oh, well, that's cool. Well, kudos, mate. That would be fun. I'm not gonna lie. I would be into it. But I know my limitations. There's certain things I just know I'm not. I mean, I could probably get good at, but it's probably gonna be way more work. And I try to choose the path of least resistance. And really, like I said, I'm still amazed I can solder with any skill, because, man, I don't have any hand-eye coordination. See? That just happens randomly. I mean, usually I got tools in my hands, or my tool, but just randomly, you know, my hand will just completely go uncoordinated, slap me, or mess up my hair, pull out my nails. Just no coordination, whatever. It's weird. Well, it's not a limitation. I could do it. It's gonna take, like I said, just like more work than I want to put into it, and I don't think I'm gonna get the rewards that it's just gonna take forever. Like, here's a good example. So I'm not like I've never been able to really. I've always been a skinny dude, you know, and I'll eat a lot, so I never gain weight, and that finally burnt out in my 40s. But like, I could never, you know, I was just a tiny guy, and then I started getting into cycling, and then I started biking for like for a month with a bunch of kids. And I eventually quit because I was like the oldest person there, and I was just kind of getting tired of no one talking to me or acting weird when I would talk to them. So eventually I was like, fuck this. But actually, I think summer came. But I remember I had to keep up with these kids. So it was a really, I was pushing just as hard as I could on my bike. And I look back now and I'm like, you know, that's the equivalent of just training, you know? Because I had to bike for like a solid hour as hard as I could. On and on. Like quick little breaks with the light, but back into it as hard as you could. And I'm like, you know, that's the same as like if I were to train, you know, to work on my leg muscles or whatever. And anyways, one night I'm getting into bed and Mrs. Hirasi like notices my legs and she's like, whoa, what the hell? And sure enough, I just have these like, I don't know the muscles, but there's these giant guys running across the front because I ride fixed gear bikes and I take the brakes off. And so there's no braking system whatsoever. And what you do to brake those bikes is you lean forward and you lock your legs. And it's this muscle here that you lock up when you do it. And that was just pretty respectable. I'd never seen it before and I was like, holy God. And that took like 6 months or something insane. And then, and it went away within like a week. Like, once I stopped biking, like a week or two later, it was gone. And I was like, man, yeah, to put on any muscle and to maintain it, I'd have to work really, really hard all the time. And I had a friend who's like later was saying, oh, you should work out with me and blah, blah, blah. And he wanted me to get into weightlifting a little, or, you know, just minor weightlifting. And I was like, no, man, because for me, I'm going to have to work 5 times harder to get like a half of the return that a lot of other people would get, and then I have to work that hard to keep it up, and I'm not interested in that. There's no benefit. I like staying in shape and having enough muscle so that, you know, if I have to run or if something's about to fall and I can catch it or, you know, catch my own self, that's about the level of muscularness I want to stay at. Anything beyond that is it's just too much work. So I feel like that's the same with origami. And that's how origami is to me. That was a great segue. Pete's dragging the oh, cool. Squats and oats, brah. Yeah. No thanks. The friend that brought it up was so funny. He's like, got into MMA, and he's like, oh, do you know, and he lists some MMA fighter, and I'm like, dude, I don't follow that shit. He's like, oh man, you should. And he points out that he's like, the guy's like 25 pounds heavier than me, and he's the same height. And he's like, you just put that on his muscle, dude. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna happen. Oh my god! Sanderclapper coming in with that piping hot rain! Let's go. Yeah, that'll help my headache. And actually, that did not help my headache. Felt good though. It was like a cathartic fun. How you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. How are y'all doing? How was the stream? I think I saw you were jamming. If I'm remembering right, I think I saw you on my list that you were doing like a jam or something. I didn't click because I didn't have the time, but I did scroll. I scrolled, but I didn't click. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. We're chilling in Jamtown. Just trying to stay cool. Oh my gosh. They're probably stuck in ad land. Ad land, where the ads are merciless, just like our prices. Oh! What is that? Let me make sure I say that right, because it cut it off. It is Cribe. Cribe, welcome in. Thank you for that follow. Atlanta. Yeah, there you go. What the hell are we doing? Oh yeah, we just got raided. How you guys doing? Definitely, if you guys like the jams here, you definitely want to go get some more jams on your jam box. Definitely go give them a follow. Check out their channel. They stream pretty regularly lately. I've seen you on quite a bit, so should be plenty of jams for the jamless. North Spam America. Yeah. The box says 1 to 100. Mine says 3 and up. I hope this headache goes away. It's the annoying kind of headache where it's not that bad, but it's not that good. You're like, ah. We're doing some jammy jam. We just had like a little jam bust out of it, and I was trying to think of a new patch, and then I got distracted. But I can get re-distracted. Let me pull all these kids out. Where's this guy go? Oh yeah, That guy. We'll hit that guy up later. But I need at least 4 of these. And I need them to be stackers. Jesus Christ, Lord Almighty, Allah mercy. What does this do on its own? Like, is this any good? I don't even think it's input anything. Oh yeah, it's just getting input from the one guy. Oh shit, like it's really slow. Is it good? Let's try it out. Trade these kids out that fast for this fast. That doesn't work. Let's try this. we can bring some of these guys that I pulled out. Pulled out. That's sexy. Hey, control! Oh my gosh. I need to get more monitors. How you doing, mate? Good to see ya. Touching my rack just before. Oh, cool. Axe Deathra as well. All right. Now we can party. Now we can bring out the good shit. But that before, yeah, wasn't the best shit. Could be better. Wait, that's not it. I need triggers to summon. Let's see, which one is this one? This one is this one. This one. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm into that one. It kind of oh, I don't know. Do I want the? Let's see what this one is. Try gray. Shit wolf. Now we're cooking. All right. Cannot cement enough that I really want to build a setup with just ornament and crime, tempu tiles, squares and circles, hemispheres. I think it'd be pretty badass. So I'm looking right now at the temp tile, and I'm like, holy shit, this is a fantastic little trigger sequencer. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome into the channel. We're doing Jamz. I swear, I just gotta change all my snares. should bring back the overhead camera. It's hard to see patch with your back turned. What's us doing the side view? I hear ya. Just never could find a way to do it that I liked, to be honest. Unless it's just too fast. No? Ah! I think I have an output that's not working on here. I thought we checked them all. Let me do some quick troubleshooting here. Ah, that's too bad. Let me swap this cable out. Problem does not follow the cable, so output 4 on here, even though it was working, is not working out. Let me make sure I don't have anything weird on 4. No, not really. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. We change some timers. I think it's my fault though. Let me try something. Oh, damn it. Oh, that doesn't count. Alright, fine. Try this dead one. I don't know why I did that. well. The jumper on the back. Yeah, I think it's still on there. I probably forgot something. Alright, I'll pull it out. See if we can do it live. Tight. Oh wait, I did it. It's on the CL4 side. Yeah, it's on the CL4 side. I could... I mean, I could swap it just for shits and giggles. You see, I need something to view. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's number 4. No, still nothing. Let me swap it back. Yeah, it's still not outputting anything. Nobody's really hot. So Bowser for life. Hello yourself, mate. Welcome in. Hello. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I want to troubleshoot this tonight. You know what? We'll just see if I have the energy, and I'll troubleshoot it before the end of Jamtown this week. And if not, if I get something, we'll do later. You know. I think it's just it's set to, it was, yeah, I guess you caught that. It's set to, oh yeah. Well, no, I tested that. The problem, let me try a different type of output. Let me just change this up completely. I'll just put it to multiply. Yeah, I'm still not getting anything. So I don't think it's, I think there's some sort of air gap. So I'm just, I'm honestly kind of relieved when you put it all together and everything works. I'm like, no. I don't know, I feel suspicious. Now that I found something wrong. I thought the screen was going to be my wrong, but that's a different wrong. Yeah, I think there's just some sort of 5 out of 6 ain't bad. Exactly. You know, it's a numbers game. And it'll get us through. It does its job. I just that's strange, because I know I tested it and I thought it was working yesterday too. So it's kind of like, did I break it? Did I do that? Could be a bad joint too. That would explain it, because this panel is really, since there's nothing really securing it, it's kind of like, it's gonna get stressed out, and I kind of expected that. So it's possible that I can pop this thing out and reflow those joints and bing bang boom, back to life.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Sid.
Sid 8. Ah, I shall meet the Sid. That's pretty funny, Anonymous. Thank you very, very much for the gifted sub, by the way. I appreciate it. I like the mystery aspect here. This is weird. I like weird. That's not a bad thing. Weird's good. Without weird, we wouldn't have the weirding way. No, my name is longer. Yeah, no, it's because when I plug input, I checked it. It doesn't follow the cable. It doesn't follow the input. It only follows this output. The output never puts something out. So unless there's an option to change its output source, which would be really fucking dumb. Nope, I don't see anything like that. And it's not any weirder, like the phase settings and so forth, like timing. It's none of them are weirder. So, yeah, I think it's since there's a lot going on that output, I probably messed something up. It's a classic me type thing to do. Wow, that was cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we troubleshot that. That's a bummer. But yeah, I'll just take it out. I'll try reflowing the joints real quick. I'll take a look at it. The microscope's kind of tied up when we do Jamtown, so I'll just do some, like, this might work, you know, kind of maintenance and see if that fixes it. I kind of don't like how fast these guys are. Kind of cool, actually. It's out of time with the sequencer. But I'm okay with that. It's kind of funny. I should build a resetter so everybody can be reset. Because I have resets. I just don't like it because, I mean, it's cool, but if you don't reset, you get some shit that's cooler. See? Yeah. Instead of reset, just pull it out, and put it back in. I mean, I guess I could do like reset. I don't know, it's a lot of extra work. Static Alpha. Welcome in. Yeah, Agent 808, we got the Nava 909. Well, yeah, actually. Oh, yeah. That's right, we're in a weird key. Sorry. lot of jazz notes there. I do have a capo. I was like, man, I wish I had a capo. And I'm like, oh yeah, I own one. Just in the most inconvenient spot I could ever put it. I don't know if it's gonna work though. I've never used it. I'll be damned. Oh yeah, now it's real fucking heavier now. Ah. This is like the Cure. You're just saying that because of the bats. getting confused because I keep forgetting. I have to ignore the dots or redetermine them. It's easier to like not look because I get confused. Sitar. I think this string is the only one that sounds good anymore. I need to get this thing restrung really bad. Yeah, the E sounds like shit. B's alright. G's okay. But all the coiled strings are like... You gotta work on that sustain. You gotta dance some bitches. Oh my gosh, you guys are going... You're magenta magnetic. Oh yeah, no. Are you talking about shake? for like this whole time that of this band, like that show came out, and it was just, you know, it was like the secret thing I found, like, no, you know, it was just showing up, and I was like, what the fuck is it? No one knew what to make of it, and I'd show it to my friends. And when I first moved here, I was like really poor, and I just watched this VHS. I had like a couple of VHS tapes I just watched over and over and over, and one was, you know, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and so me and all my buddies and bandmates, we would listen to it. And I did a lot of things in the band, but primarily I saw myself as a guitarist, keyboardist, because I was the only one that could really play guitar. We had a bassist, and he could probably play guitar, but he liked playing bass. And he was a very talented bassist too. He was very good. He played cello, all this. He's just more than 4 strings. The guy gets confused. So anyways, there's a specific time for ground up the photocopier. Oh. Yeah, just buy that. But anyways, like, the running joke forever. Here's even my old band guitar, actually. I still have to get it fixed. It needs work. Oh shit. It needs some luthier love. But it's this RG 220, which are really badass guitars. This one, like I said, needs a lot of love. But the RGs are just, man, I forget how weird it is picking up a 6-string. So the RGs have a really thin neck. That has a thin neck, like this way, not that way. And they're just fucking thrasher rock and roll guitars. And the previous owner of, I bought 2 of these. He had 2 of the exact same guitars, and I bought both of them from him. And he was in like a mathcore band. And then he later, well, I'm not gonna drop names, but he went on to be in a more popular metal band. Wait, I'm missing out on chat here. You guys are exceeding the length of my window here. Hey, Prototype Zebra, let's go. Thank you for the help. I just repaired a Bassel Trinity drum. Feels good. Nice. The AT Mega was fried. Oh, cool, mate. Nice. Oh yeah, let me see the picture you posted. Oh Jesus, Hail Mary. I guess it could have been worse. It could have literally detonated. Notes and volts? Yeah, awesome. I saw that, well, it's Wednesday. He's always streaming on Wednesday. I saw him on. I was mad. It's pretty much gone, but I've had a little bit of headache this morning, and so I just kind of like just rested, trying to wait it out, you know. And I saw him on, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go say hi, but I didn't. The toner burned into your skin, Pinky. I never did finish the joke, though. So the whole time, anytime I'd get my guitar restrung, which I'd always like to restring it, I'd go like, bass, treble, the action feels nice, but I'm gonna need light gauge if I'm gonna thrash. And all the time, I'd have my guitar, and it's a thrasher-looking guitar. My buddy in the band would be like, I need light gauge if I'm gonna thrash. And I literally went to light gauge guitars strings. Like, since we had two, one of the guitars I had as a light gauge, and one as I had is like a heavier gauge, like 11 to 40, well, or did I break 50? I think 11 to 48 or maybe 50. I need to watch that episode again. I need light gauge if I'm gonna thrash. What is making the music? It's this. Ah. That's cool. Here, what would happen if I made the patch shorter? I haven't even experimented with our experiment yet. Life hack. Pour lime juice in your Mountain Dew to make it taste like Mountain Dew with lime. I'd be lying if I said the idea had never occurred to me before. I'd be lying. Wait, no, that it had. Whatever. That's a good idea. Except I hate Mountain Dew. Well, hate's a strong word, but it did murder my entire family violently in front of my eyes. And I never got the justice I deserve because Mountain Dew got off on a technicality. Yes, Mountain Dew could afford those big hotshot lawyers. Little old me, public defender. I don't think that's how criminal proceedings work, but sure, whatever. Anyways. I hate Mountain Dew because of it, and I will never, never let my hatred go. I will teach my children to hate Mountain Dew. I will tell them the stories of what Mountain Dew did to their daddy and their grandparents and their aunt. All of them violently gunned down by Mountain Dew mob. Big glowing jugs of Mountain Dew with Tommy guns. Don't even know where you get a Tommy gun. I don't think they're even legal. But they got them. Of course they got them. They're fucking Mountain Dew. They got the high-priced lawyers. They got the Tommy gun hitmen. Anyway, I'm sorry. You can see, it's rooted deep. But rightfully so. I'm not like, you know, just hating on Mountain Dew because that's in vogue right now. Sounds like a jaw harp going on there. It's channeling Carlin. Oh my God, wouldn't that be amazing? I'd be so happy. Wait, which Carlin are you talking about? I was thinking George Carlin, but now I'm thinking someone else named Carlin. Yes, Like Deliverance, but with Mountain Dew. You like the Dew? Oh, good. George Carlin. Good. I don't know the other Carlin, but I was only thinking bad thoughts. You gotta, it's not pessimistic, it's just countering, Countering your thought, lowering expectations, reasonable ones. Hey, Proto. Yeah, I don't know why, but you put a can of Dew in front of me. It's gone in 2 sips. I literally cannot slow down. That's how I am with Dr. Pepper, but I'm trying to break it. Trying to find a good time to quit. Not today, not tomorrow, but sometime, Maybe New Year's resolution. I'll drink less Dr. Pepper than I did in 2022. There you go. Done. Kathy Carlin. From the 13th Avenue Baptist Church Choir. Oh my God, that Kathy. Oh man. Did you see what she was wearing last time? What a harlot, right? Jesus Christ, Kathy. Put those things away, alright? There's kids, alright? I bring my fucking kids to church. Not to have a fucking porno show in front of them. God. Kathy. Don't. Oh my God. Fucking Kathy. Well, she flirts with like everybody in the congregation too. You know that, right? She's just going around blowing anybody that will. And she's not even discriminate. She'll blow gals. Guys, gals. Kathy doesn't give a fuck. She's whoring her way up to the top of the choir. I'd be mad if I couldn't, and if I didn't admire her so damn much for that. I mean, I tried whoring my way up and I didn't get nearly as far as her, but let's face it. Kathy's a much more beautiful woman than I am. I've ever could watch one of those don't do drugs dramas. These kids were going to do weed. And one of the kids was like, my brother does it all the time. And he's not addicted. That's a good joke. That's a good passive. My dentist offered a real simple pledge: sip of soda, sip of water, never 2 sips of soda in succession. Rinse the mouth in between. It's shocking how obnoxiously sweet the next sip of soda tastes. That's an interesting idea. I've just been trying to find another drink, which has led me to beer, which is my other favorite. But I can't drink that, like, at work. You can't imagine how annoyed they are when you crack open, like, and you're like, it's just a PBR. It's practically fucking water, guys. Come on. And when are the fucking clients showing up for their $1 million show? It made Sid a man. That may not be a bad idea. And now. tap water. Okay, Bevan. Wait, what? Oh, well, I don't drink tap water. So that's not an issue. The water here in Phoenix is pretty gross. I mean, some people don't mind, but I've had multiple doctors say, like, you should give your pets filtered water. Like, just running it from the fridge filter, you know, or whatever. Because you can't brew beer with tap water here because there's so many chemicals in it that it just kills the yeast. And, yeah, it's just awful. So, I mean, it's okay for cooking. I like cooking in it. It's good cooking water. Tap water. It's good for cleaning dishes. No, there's like a high amount of minerals. There's like all these problems. It is what it is. I don't really care. But for water, everyone drinks pretty much reverse osmosis water. Code red. Just out of curiosity. Aha. Okay, that's good to know. Just learned how that thing worked real quick. It was cool. I feel smarts. Same issue over there. Yeah. There's a lot of, we have a lot of water reclamation here too that we do. So there's a lot of, yeah, like water, you know, like, whatever, sewage treatment, but not like to push it out to like, try to reclaim water and so forth in it. Stuff like that. I do this gig every year, well, nearly every year, and it's a water reclamation conference. And they got to get new terms, but one of their terms is toilet to tap. And that's their goal. And I'm like, yeah, you're not going to sell the public on this. You need to come up with something like shower to tap or something. Or sink to tap, you know? Really, you keep reminding people where the water came from and what it was doing before, you're gonna get some pushback. I'm no psychologist, I'm just an average person, but my first inclination is ditch that term. There's no such thing as reverse osmosis, repressive purity infection. I looked into getting an RO system for my house for under my sink, but it's really, really expensive. Like, you have to replace these really expensive filters fairly regularly. And then it's real wasteful too. Like, the amount of water you use to get a purified amount is like something like 2 to 1 or 5 to 1 or something like that. So you pour 5 gallons of water to get 1 gallon out of it. So it's kind of, I'm like, that seems more wasteful. I think I'll just go get water from the water guys. Piss 2.0. There you go. That'll be the new name. There's a lot of cities that do it too, and I don't think they have any clue. I only know of Arizona because I do the damn shows. Yeah, really, and that's what we have for the refrigerator, and that's fine, but it still tastes weird, so I just get bottled water. Soylent piss. You mean Soylent Aqua. Soylent Aqua is made from urine! It's made from urine! Soylent Yellow, there you go. Soylent Yellow, it's not a new sports drink. It's made from piss! Johnson, you can't be serious. No! I'm dead serious. All this time we've been drinking other people's piss? Yes. No, actually the better line would be, all this time we've been drinking our own piss? No, Johnson! It's worse than that. What do you mean? It's not just our piss. It's everyone's piss. We've been drinking everyone's piss in this new diet piss drink. The name's on it. Soylent Yellow diet piss drink. Oh, urea lime, Ricky. I am piss, you're piss, the caves are piss, these skies piss, the lights are piss, and the carbs are piss, the books are piss, and every single thing in the universe is piss, planet piss, the planet's piss, and everything, and I feel like I'm reciting lyrics now. At first I thought it was a Rick and Morty episode. Yeah, Morty. Yeah, we're on Piss Planet. I'm piss, and you're piss. The cave's piss, and the sky is piss, and lights are piss. It's all piss, Morty. Yeah, it's all fucking piss. Yeah, just drink it in. Just drink it in, Morty. Just let that piss rain down on you. Drain zig. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, Morty. I got piss in my hair. There's piss in my clothes. I think I got some piss in my mouth. It's just everywhere, Morty. It's really bad. I can't do a good Rick. That is my greatest failure. No, I'm checking out these fish. Rhymes with piss, though, doesn't it? Piss fish. From Menon. Why do they make these containers hard to open for people with mild onset arthritis? What's the joke? It feels Soylent Red. And check out our new Soylent Meat. Definitely not made from poop. Ooh, take another piss of my heart. Now we're going. You're in trouble. That's the callback prototype. That's the callback. That's what we like to see here. Interactive comedic experience with no clear scheme. Why in the dark, Shitwolf? All we are is pissing in the wind. Oh man. Man, this new flavor of fish food. I just cracked open last night. Had a little bit last night. I was like, damn, that's good. And had some again a few more times. But I keep reminding, like, damn, that tastes good. I swear I want to eat it, but it won't. It's not edible. Not that way. You gotta put it in butter or some shit. Alright, I'm lost. Ew. There are some no streetlights in farmed country. Yeah, I know. I grew up in Oklahoma. I was implying that you should be, you know, why did you wait till it's dark? I just do it in the daytime. That way you can know when it's gonna happen. It's funny, where I live, or for a long time when I lived in growing up, when my parents moved into this house, they tried to quit smoking, and so they would smoke outside. But that kind of messed up because the garage turned into a very comfortable smoking lounge. And so my dad would just hang out there all the time, just smoking cigarettes, watching TV, working on shit, piddling around. And it was really funny because, like, so we lived out in the sticks. We had neighbors, but there was like giant tree lines, and it was like pretty far away. And the only neighbor that could see us, they'd have to get binoculars because they were, God, they were pretty far. I'm trying to think of a point of reference that would work for everybody. Hundreds of meters away. There you go. Or hundreds of yards. Pick your choice. So anyways, I remember laughing because I came out, I was just outside on the front porch, and I noticed there's like all the grass is dead in the yard, except right around the porch. It's beautiful. It's bright red, not bright red, but it's bright green. It's just nice, lush grass. And I was like, we should try to piss all over the yard next time, Dad. Because it was basically where my dad and I would just go out and take a leak on our front porch, or piss, however. And that whole area basically just was super fertilized with nitrogen. And very beautiful, very green. So yes, Shit Wolf, I am familiar with that life. I was born into it, molded from it. No, wait, that's dumb. Told them I was chucking the tires. They asked chick I was hear her. Just check. It kills them. This is great dialogue, by the way. I really appreciate this. This is where I was wanting things to go. When I got up today, wasn't feeling so hot, a little bit of headache, but I was like, well, hopefully, when I stream later on, we can talk about urine and pissing and really like explore it in all, not personal anecdotes, life lessons, life stories, comic moments, even maybe come up with some jokes, all about urine and piss. And wow, talk about a dream come true. I'm still wondering if I'm asleep. This is too wild. I'm gonna have a seat. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, that feels good. Oh, I should have done this sooner. Oh, my legs feel better. Great, Venus. Thank you. I was like really trying to map that out, like a week or 2 weeks. A week. Okay, good. You know, I feel like 2 weeks is just too much of a push. Oh, we're still all weird tuning. I guess I could detune the sequence so that I can take this capo off. I just got to shift everybody down. Oh, weird. Randy the piss-drinking reindeer. I forgot about that one. That was a good one. Let me fix this window. It's driving me insane. The pain I feel from this window being off-centered is calculable. That's better. Let's go a little lower. Can we go any lower, Mr. Camera? We sure as hell can. Cam can. All right. I gotta change these patterns up. They're kind of annoying me. All right, just put them on the same one. It makes more sense. Wrapped up like a douche song. Wrapped up like a douchebag in the middle of the night. Hey, Cynic, so Travis Engler is gonna sell me a mixer, a Ghost 24 channel. Oh, cool. I can't remember, we used to have, I can't remember if it was the Ghost or not. I think it was like the, yeah, it was a Ghost, I think. Yeah, I think that's the mixer I kind of learned live sound on. It's nice. Oh, the cushions. Yeah. I'm quietly hawking them here, but yeah. We sell them on the Sid Heresy DIY, or is it Sid Heresy? Yeah, SidHeresyDIY.com is the merch store, and we've got. I need to get the scope. I just haven't gotten around to it. I should do it now. But you can. It's like pretty much mostly emotes. Not the newest ones, but it's a lot of the older ones, and as pillows, and then there's shirts as well. And if I need to get around to it. But the company that I go through actually makes the merchandise is actually very nice quality. Like these pillows are very comfortable. You can easily sleep on them. I had them as throw pillows in the living room, and I crash on the couch a lot, take naps, and they felt great. So. The printing material, everything is just nice quality. I like them. Yeah, it does have a direct out. And, yeah, it's a pretty versatile mixer. It's kind of designed for live and small recording, which is nice. Oh, store? Exclamation store? I should make a /merch command. Oh, you bet, agent. Yeah, there's an 808 in there too. If you'd rather go, oh wait, never mind, I forgot. You can get different ones. You can get them with the print at the top, or just the slimmer pillows. There's printed on the same side, except the scope. It's like one version of the emote and then the other, and that's why I want to get two of them so I can put them side by side. It's a dorky thing, but I'm a dorky man. Casio tone pillows that actually play, and oh, that'd be nice. Could make sleeping challenge. Wait, if you don't move. Steven knows. I kind of sold on the Atom Audio. Oh, the monitors. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what you said. My bad. I haven't shopped for monitors in a while. Nah, Behringer's not shitty. Behringer's, they're a dubious company in certain things, but their stuff isn't too bad, honestly. I mean, quality-wise, they a long time ago, and this was true of a couple of other companies too, it was just really bad. Like, and I remember Behringer when they really started to make a push into making mixers and so forth, and I was like, oh, those things are gonna eat shit. Those things are gonna be terrible. You're gonna regret it. And I had to eat my hat because they're still working. You know, years and years later, they're really reliable. So yeah, I don't really buy into that I know people have had bad experiences. I haven't, so my good experiences vary. Oh, well then you can't go wrong, Cynic. Yeah, they'll all be good. Can't do that shit. Yeah, I heard, I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, they make some really inexpensive, like computer monitor, sort of reference monitor, in-betweeny kind of thing. And yeah, I've heard a lot of people say good things. I actually looked at them because I need some speakers for this one computer, and I just need it so I can hear, you know, YouTube videos. I really need it to sound good. I have a different computer for that. Got the pillow? Oh, let's go, mate. Cheers. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm just playing weird shit now. Let's fucking go. We got Mana 909. We should bring some 909. Oh my God. Let's fucking go. Angie Pants with 28 months of tier 1 lovin'. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Microkorg, yeah, the Microkorgs are great. I like Korg a lot as a synth company overall. I don't like everything they make. It's not for me, but I've always enjoyed the fact that they keep trying to do something different. I think it's nice, and they keep putting out different items. Let's go. Big Korg fan myself, even I haven't got much Korg gear. Yeah, I mean, I just always admire them as a synth company. I have a Z1, and that's, you know, no one ever made something, I guess kind of eventually, but I don't know, they've just come out with very original stuff. And I just admire them for that. Like I said, they're not the greatest by any means, but, you know, I love the Z1. I love, where is it? I have the micro delay around, I think it's inside there. That thing is super, super fun. I think it's like 50 bucks. It's worth every penny. It's just the AAA batteries that it eats. Korg makes great stuff. My keyboard is very old and Sonic SQ1, but it will still work as a MIDI controller. Oh, let's go! The Ensonic SQ1! Oh! That thing is the beast. I love that thing. I'm trying to remember, I can't remember if we have the SQ, or I can't remember which one we have. We have like an old Ensonic too. We've had a few, like me and my friend Cat and Cog over the years, like a lot. He was talking to me about it because he loves the filter on it, and he's like, I want to keep it just for the filter. I'm like, yeah, maybe we can reverse engineer it. He's like, it's a chip. All right, maybe we can go look up that chip. It doesn't be made no more. All right, let's give up then. Yeah, man. Yeah, and anybody new to the channel too. I should bring that up. Pardon me. There we go. So down here are your stream avatars. There's a panel below on the website that you can scroll down. It's purple. It says stream avatars. You'll press a button. It'll bring up all the different characters. You can choose yours. They're all unlocked. The kitties, the puppies, and the ponies are all customizable, or the ones, you figure it out. But they're customizable. They're in a little menu that says gear. You can go really nuts. It's fun. And then all the other ones, or a lot of the other ones, are all static. Exclamation point commands brings up all the different moves that they can do. And over on the channel point side, there's a bunch of little games and little silly shit that they do that's fun. We got Meatwad, that's thanks to DJ Doey too, one of our mods. Cause you can't get them, you have to make those. And we got Carl, you know that guy. Just letting it all free ball. And then you got the Fry Man, and you got the freaking weirdo, creepy hand banana. Then you got Travis of the Cosmos. And then you got me, Rod. Yeah, you got him too. That's good.
You can do the Miwai thing. He does a dance. You got a good dance, exclamation point dance. And he do it.
Invented the microwave use batteries. Never tried that though. No idea how long they'd last. Probably a long time. You'd be surprised how little power this stuff pulls. And all you have to do really is just a little bit of circuitry added to make it battery powered. Human of impeccable. Thank you.
Hey, banana. Hey, I'm gonna call you Hey, banana. Oh, thank you. We got, it's not up right now, but
I'm not gonna do it the whole time. So when we do, so here we're doing Jamtown. All this stuff here, or nearly all of it, I should say, is all DIY. This stuff here is what I made before I started streaming, and then this stuff along here and on here, that's all stuff that we've made on the channel. Our whole goal here is to get people into soldering, get people into electronics, so most of the time, we're hanging out in the lab building this stuff and talking about synths and talking about, you know, goofiness, aquatine, all that kind of stuff. We just kind of goof around. And what brings the segue to that is the fact that when we're in that room or whatever, we have a couple of other redemptions that come up, and one of them is the Meat Wad freestyle rap redemption, in which we take a beat that's copyright free, and it's like a 2.5 minute long song, and in character, we have Meat Wad do like a whole rap of it, and sometimes it's good. Sometimes I got the skills. Sometimes I'm just not. I'm not in my A game. So it's kind of a roll of the dice if you get a good Meat Wad rap. But people keep redeeming it, so apparently it hasn't happened yet. They're just hoping. They're like, try again. Try again. Fuck. But, yeah, if you go and look at, like, I don't know about clips. I know I have a couple of highlights of the Meat Wad raps. But, otherwise, you can just wait till next week. We'll be back on Tuesday. We'll be back in the lab on Tuesday. The rest of the week's schedule is tomorrow, another stream of more Jamtown loving. I think I'm gonna swap these two modules out. Anyways, that's another story. So, God, I am easily distracted. So yeah, Thursday we'll do another Jamtown, and then Saturday we'll do one last Jamtown of the year, and we'll party it up. We'll have a good party for New Year's for everyone, and then on Tuesday, the second or third, I don't know what day it is, we'll be back in the lab. We'll get back to working on some projects. I don't know what we're gonna work on though. I gotta get some orders. I got a couple of parts in the mail, but it's like, you know, a single thing I need. It's not, you know, take like 5 seconds to solder on instead of hours. So I need hours of soldering available. Although we do have the micro Jove, or whatever the hell that thing's called. Yes. But anyways, that's what we do here. I'm a freelance audio engineer by trade, and my job is like feast or famine kind of thing. So this time, right now, it's famine time, so there's no work, or if there is, it's not worth it. You know, it's like, I'd rather hang out with you guys. But I do have some gigs coming up in January, and we were talking about what we can do, because I'm going to be MIA. There's like no way I'm going to have time, and the times that I do, I'm going to be really, really tired. So I don't know. We were thinking about doing a pinball. I've been getting into visual pinball, which is like a software. It's an open source software thing for making pinball games. And people have recreated all these different tables that are one-to-one copies. And yeah, I have not been getting any sleep for the last 4 nights. Wait, what today? Today, Wednesday. So 3 nights. I haven't got any sleep for the last 3 nights since I figured out how to get it to work. Because I couldn't get it to work in the beginning, and and I found it was my own dumbness. And now it's bad. It's pretty bad. I just don't get any sleep. Oh, right. But I could, play some of that and stream it. Because there's not much pinball streams, which is weird. I don't know what happened. Hey, Yaki Yam, welcome in. Sid and Easy. I like that. I was thinking about just making the whole month of January as off my calendar and focus on January. Oh yeah, I forget you do that too. It's not hard for me, I keep wanting to play games. And then but lately I keep waking up. I want to sleep in, but one thing or another wakes me up. That's one of the reasons I haven't really had anything to drink, because I'm like, well, I don't want to keep blaming booze. And I'm like, oh good, it's not booze, it's just me getting old. Right. Alright, let's drop a kick. Oh shit, that's what's up. You're having rum shots? Ooh, nice. We were talking about cruises earlier, and that was about the highlight is, even though it sucked, we went to this place where they just make all these different flavors of rum, and I didn't know about that. I knew they made like a few flavors. I didn't know that you could fill an entire room's walls with it. And there's just all these crazy flavors, and it was kind of like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I was like, it's like, the grape rum tastes like grape rum. The meatloaf rum tastes like meatloaf rum. The snozberry, it was good. But I think it's hard to get anywhere else outside of, where were we? I'm trying to remember the damn place. It's where people hide their money. The Caymans. We were in the Cayman Islands. That's where it was. Meatloaf rum. I don't know. I was trying to think of weird flavors and not say ones that are... I got one to say chocolate flavored rum, and I'm like, no. I've never really... I don't think I've ever really tried mezcal. I have some that I inherited from my dad. These little bottles of it that he'd buy in Mexico when he'd go, because he'd go to Mexico for this, or he'd go to, where was it, San Diego, and then he'd go down to Mexico or something like that. And they always buy all the most ridiculous shit. Like little switchblades and stuff like that. They love that crap. Maple bacon rum. I think possibly. I wouldn't. I mean, it was an enormous amount. I don't think the flavors that I saw were flavors found in nature. There had to be like some like, I don't know, banana berry. Rummery where they did smoked barrel aged rum. Ooh, that does sound really good. Tequila. Yeah. That's a weird progression. Might be wrong. Am I king? Guitar's tuned to drop D. F sharp. try a different. It's gonna get nasty for a minute. Alright, it'll settle up in a second. So I shifted it to E. I don't know if that's gonna work. But before it was C, I needed to go a half step down. So I made it B, and that didn't work. That's not the right scale. There it is. That is what it was. That's fucking E. There's like a scale. I think it's a Mixolydian. It's oops. I don't know exactly where it is. Keep fucking that up. What am I good? I never practice my scales. I don't know, they're just there. Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's all I'm doing anyways. Oh, it's fun. Oh. Kinda got zoned out there. You guys confessed to any crimes? Who's the scale? Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. I was talking about it not too long ago. When I learned guitar, I kind of learned how to. It was kind of nice because it was the first instrument no one really said like, oh, let's get Sid lessons. You know, I just picked it up and they thought I'd get tired of it or something. And then the opposite happened. I just like became completely obsessed with it. You know, we were talking about pinball earlier and losing sleep. That was guitar. I just sleep at school. And all the time because I was just like too tired from staying up playing guitar on and on and on and on. And so for I guess about 2 years I studied. You know, I would go and buy guitar tablature magazines or books or whatever, and I just learned how to play those parts over and over and over with the albums until I got good. And it's kind of it's nice to see that you know, streamers, and that's how they learn, you know, that's how they practice, just playing along with the albums. And I'm like, okay, good. That wasn't the weirdest thing I did. I mean, it's actually fairly normal. That's great. But anyways, I go to take lessons. Finally, I'm like, I want to take lessons. I want to get better. And my parents are like, oh, damn it, we gambled wrong. And so I go and take lessons, and the teacher's like, well, you kind of already know how to play the guitar. I'll show you, you know, and he basically taught me the names of everything, a bar chord, a chord, a power chord, like all these like terminologies. He taught me all those, and which was really useful because I didn't know what they were talking about when I'd see that in magazines or whatever, but I knew what 3-5-5 was, you know. I'm like, oh, that's a fifth. So anyways, I studied like that, and then he taught me scales as well, but you know, he was a blues player, and he did like a little bit of folk music. He was a very talented musician. I can't stress that enough. And I think he was the same school as a lot of guitarists and a lot of like musician that's like, well, you know, the scales are cool, but you should absolutely never ever limit yourself to this rigid line of notes. It will sound dry, it will sound emotionless, you know, it'll just sound really And I mean, you can make those things sound great because they're all the right notes that will always work no matter where you are in this chord progression. But he's like, but you'll never, you know, you never learn how to like get outside of that and combine like two scales, like switch to it. And I started like immediately running into an article because I remember there was a Smashing Pumpkins song, I think, and the solo switch scales like right in the middle of it from like what would be a blues into like a Mixolydian or something like that. I can't remember. This is a long time ago. Let's not fool ourselves. And so I was like, hey, this teacher's on to something because, you know, there's people in this magazine freaking out about this. And then I would read other guitarists that would do that, and like Jimi Hendrix and whatever. And so I was like, all right, well, I'll just, you know, and we kind of loosely studied it. You know, he's like, well, these complementary notes. If you don't notice, they're all the white keys. You know, it's like, oh, and all these notes, these are all the sharps. Oh, and you can do it like that. And that's kind of how I learned, and it worked out better because I can definitely play the guitar, I think, a little bit more proficiently than if I had studied that, because I think if I had and drenched myself in that theory, it would have taken longer to get outside of it. I don't think I'd be that much better of a guitarist. I'm not that great as it is, but I also don't play very often anymore. when I was a teenager, I was top of my game. I had this band, and I remember one time we had to play the song, and we didn't have any way to rehearse it or learn it. So I went to everyone's house and I taught everyone. It was a Sonic Youth song too. It was Sugarcane by Sonic Youth on the album Dirty. And so I went and taught everyone the guitar parts and the bass line as well. And the drummer knew the drumming. The drummer knew his part, so I didn't have to do that. And then we went and played it live, like for the first time on stage. Never rehearsed it, and it landed in my memory. It may have been really bad. It might have been like blah 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 blah. You know, it could have been. But in my memory, it was pretty sweet. I was like, oh, "We're doing it. We're playing our parts. This is a complicated song because the two guitars don't follow each other at all." Because that was usually what we were doing. We were playing a bunch of punk music, so two guitars just followed each other the whole fucking time, you know, and maybe one would do like a little riff or something, but like trying to play a Sonic Youth song, I'm like, oh no, bro, you're going to be playing this, and I'm going to be playing that. Oh, I can't look at what you're playing on your guitar board. Yeah, it's called a fretboard, and yeah, you won't be able to. You'll have to memorize all the notes you got to play. Here's the song on a cassette tape. It was too hard. I just saw them as patterns on the board, so it wasn't too difficult for me there. But I don't know, just didn't seem. He's like, you just need to know these scales and then fuck around with them, was kind of my takeaway from what he was getting at. He's like, here's the blues, here's the mixolydian, here's a pentatonic, and he's like, and then just fucks with it, you know. I mean, he's, you know, I was coming in and I was all into punk music and experimental music, and those guys didn't know that they were playing some diminished triad scale. You know, they didn't know. They were fucking around and they came up with a riff. And he kind of picked up on that with me, and I think that's probably why. Hey, Jasper. This is creepy. I'm just checking on these fish. I want to make sure that they're fishy. You know how they can get defished. Sweeping the country. Yeah, I never really learned any musical instruments very well. I can play a lot, but I'm not very good at any of them. The guitar's about the best I get, and that's, you know, you see where we get there. Oh, damn, man, I totally meant to bring that up. Yes, you are correct, Mr. 909, or excuse me, the 909 is the Nava. And if you haven't used one, if you have the means, I highly recommend it. It is choice. You're not good enough to build one? Well, that was the first project we built on the stream. That was the first project we built. I learned a lot. I still need to take this thing apart and do some maintenance. But I'm going to tell you right now, best 909 clone ever. I haven't, I'll be fair, I haven't tried the Behringer 909 clone things that they have. But, I haven't tried like the modern ones, but I've tried Tip Top, Hex Inverter. I had a whole Tip Top 909 kit, like all the modules, and over and over and over and over, the Nava just sounds bigger, louder. I have it turned way the fuck down. It's stupid hot. Like, it's insane. It's going into an effects processor first that has a true bypass, and it's stupid hot in the effects processor. That's one of the things I was gonna do, is try to like lower the output gain a little bit, because it's unmanageable. But yeah, it truly stands up as the best 909, at least the kick. If you do end up deciding to do it, might I recommend, because I didn't know about it until afterwards, the Extra 9. If you're familiar with that, it's a daughter board that you put on. You have to get a modified case for it, but it basically adds a bunch of functionality to all the drum synths. So you can change like decay times and for certain things, or mix levels. It just gives you a bunch more. I can't remember the specifics. I really was pretty bummed that I didn't realize that until afterwards, but honestly, I'd love to build the 808 clone, and the 808 is really boring as far as like the stuff that you can change on it. Like, it has even less changes. And to be fair, I say boring, but I'm just being a dick. I don't really change those settings. I like to just keep them static, so I'm not going to be doing it much. But if I got the Cocteau for the Yocto, which is such badass names, it adds all that functionality to where you can mess with the drum synth and envelopes and so forth. So kind of gonna do that. Yeah, well, the cool thing is, I tell people it's a 1-to-1 clone. Like, the only parts that are modern are the common things that don't affect any sound, don't affect anything. Those are the only things that are modern. Everything else is like new old stock, or I don't know where some of these. There's a ton of SIP chips, single inline packages, which was really popular in a lot of synths back in the 80s, and Roland really fucking loved them. They had like all their famous like VCAs and filters and everything are all single inline packages, and the kit comes with it. So it's an expensive purchase, and yeah, it is a little bit scary. I would recommend, if you got the budget for it, to go ahead and get it, put it off to the side for that day when you feel like, hey, today's the day. It took me roughly 50-ish hours to build, and there was a good 10 hours maybe of troubleshooting and working through some other crap and taking care of like little mistakes and stuff like that. So all in all, it was the longest project I've ever worked on. I've never had anything take that long to build. But that's how we started on this stream. In fact, I did music at first, and I didn't even do this. I just did like this little rig, my little portable rig, and I would just do little streams. And I got kind of bored, and I was like, man, I need a drum machine. And so I was like, I'm gonna go. Don't I have that drum machine? And I was like, I only put on like half the components. Well, let me stream like, or not even half. I just put on like maybe 10%. And so I started streaming it, and to my surprise, kind of stupidly, people had a much more positive reaction coming in and going, oh, what are you doing, soldering? Yeah, I normally do music. Meh, what you soldering? And so I was like, oh, well, maybe I should. Wait, what? Venus? Because the 808 kick drum makes the girlies get dumb or rolling rainers. Yeah, that could be true. My posse on Broadway? Man, not this time of the year. It's pretty cold on Broadway. My posse's indoors, staying warm. That's how we roll. Wow, looking at a massive respect. Well, I like that idea. And then further that along too, as I started streaming, and what kind of made me decide what the channel was going to end up being about was people would come in and they'd either have these misconceptions, you know, like, oh, I need a lot of money. Oh, I need steady hands. Oh, I need to know, I never went to college, you know, I never took electrical engineering, you know, and, you know, I start telling these people like, well, you know how to program, right? Well, yeah, well, did you take a bunch of programming in college? No, I just kind of fuxed around. Haha, you're gonna love this. And so on. Just people kept coming in and thinking and saying like different stuff, and I was like, oh, well, that's not true. It's, you know, in my experience, it's this. And I really loved that. I really got into that. I loved being able to help people out. And there's one cat that they're still they're still subscribing to the channel, and that they say they lurk every now and then. They may come out screaming cheese. I remember it was like the first success story, and I've probably been streaming for a few months, and they came in and they were like, yeah, I'm trying to fix these pots on this guitar, and I can't get the solder off, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, you should get some solder wick. And they're like, I've never heard of that. And so I show them solder wick, I show them the technique, and I bring up some flux too and all that. And they're like, okay, well, I'll give it a try. And I'd said that like several times. And I never expected to hear anything. And they come back a week later and, you know, they throw bits in, they subscribe, and they're just like blowing up chat, and they're like, yo, that worked. And I was like, awesome. And that was a really big, cool moment for me. And we have like lots of stories with that now, but I still get a kick out of it every time that when someone comes back into chat and they're like, yo, that thing you said, it worked. I'm like, awesome. I was really worried I was lying this time. You soldering, brah? I don't know if Doey's in chat. Doey's been coming up with great t-shirt names. That might be a good one. T-shirt ideas. Switch to indica. V-snares? No, he didn't buy anything from me. We chat on a little bit, like not very much. I don't think very much, but we chat every now and then on Instagram. But it's like I'm laughing at his memes and vice versa. But now I mean, if I've never sent anything to Canada that I didn't know who the person was. No, he's a nice cat. We have a lot of we like a lot of the same kind of modules, and I think his rig, I don't know what exactly it is, but it really feels frack rackish or something. It's an odd rig, and it's DIY'd, but he what was it? Yeah, he likes like analog shift registers and sample and hold modules as much as I do. We're like big fans of those things, or at least he was last time we talked about it. Yeah, I could blame Canada. The poly end? Right on. I've seen that. I've looked into it a little bit, but I don't know. I just, I don't really have any room. I'm starting to have to pick my room now. Like really, I've ran out of space really fast. And I'm like, ah, shit. I don't really have the money to expand at the moment. So I kind of have to slow down instead of just getting redunculously huge. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I know. Well, no, I mean, oh well. We're gonna go up and over, by the way. I need to go find the cases, but I'm pretty sure that this furniture is still being made by the same company. I don't think they went out. And so the dimensions will all be the same. And I'm just gonna get 45-degree cabinets and flip them upside down and bolt them to the back. There'll be 45-degree cabinets that were designed to take a rack on top of them, so they'll be nice and fucking sturdy, and that way they'll fit this rack exactly. And then I'll C-clamp them in the back, and I'll weight and sandbag the back of this, and I'll have it go up and over. But then after that, I don't know what I'm gonna do. There's no more room. I'd have to get rid of furniture in here. Like, all the wall space is taken up. Yeah, there's like, it's so crowded in here. Used to be a place for my mom to stay when she'd visit. She doesn't want to fly anymore. She never liked it anyways. Yeah, he's a cool guy. He's a goofy dude. He's always kind of being goofy, weird. So it's kind of hard in my experience. Like last time I said something. Yeah, he put up it was like a clip of, oh fuck. God damn it. James Brown's drummer. I can't think of his name. And he's doing this breakdown. And I didn't really seen it before, or at least I never like really enjoyed it. And you know, it's on a loop, so I'm just like, yum, yum. And I replied back to him and it was on like the shorts thing. And I was like, my God, that snare makes like 1,000,000 sounds. And his reply back was, yes, snares do that. I was like, all right, I guess I gotta remember not to appease to his sentiment. Unless it's cat sentiment. And even then, you gotta be careful, I guess. Put synths on the walls. I told you I have no wall space. Here. Look at here. Let's see. I don't think I have anything. So say my name. Yeah. So here, let me give you a tour of what we're working with here. So, like over here is video, and then there's the studio, the lab, and everything. And then over here is a couch, and I finally cleaned off after like 6 months of having shit on it. And I love sitting on it, so I'm not gonna put crap on it. And then I've got my guitars and the guitar on the floor, and then I have my bins. And so yeah, and then further back, oh, I didn't think about this. There's like bookshelf. I mean, there's no room in here. And I was gonna like build a bunch of wall shelves, but I just discovered like a week or so ago that IKEA no longer carries the wall shelf that I have. And I did find people selling it, but it's like flipping houses for people. They're like, oh yeah, I got those $4 brackets for the shelves. Yeah. I got them, no problem. They're $75 a piece. Oh. I need like 9. That I don't have that much for. I'm gonna go do something else. Great equipment similar to Jean-Michel Jarre. I hate saying his name. I always mess it up. Kind of. I mean, I know that it has a big modular rig for sure, but I like to associate myself with what's his face? That guy with the head. Richard Devine. I like to put myself in that bucket. But yeah. This is called modular synthesis. Each one of these little things does a different thing, kind of like guitar pedals. Very, 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 very similar to guitar pedals, except you have a lot of controls. Instead of like maybe 1 or 2 of the guitar pedals having an expression pedal input, they all have pedal input, and they have tons of them. So you can control all kinds of things. There's 2 different systems in here, but they're compatible. This system that's a little bit more colorful is called Eurorack. It's most popular. And this stuff here is called Frack Rack. Get out of the frame. And it's not as popular. It's what I started out with, and then before I started streaming, and then I built this up over like 8 years or something, and then once we started streaming, we started shitting out modules pretty quickly. I've been streaming for what, 2.5? Yeah, a little over 2.5 years. No mini pops. Adult Swim, Lord of Acid is funny. Your Mitchell Pot friend. John Mitchell Pot friend. But yeah, all the music that's playing, which, I don't know, I'm kind of like, I don't know, I kind of liked my old thing. I don't know, maybe I should change the notes up. Oh, you know, let's do a shit ton of notes. Let's do them all. So, the way this thing is set up to make the notes is pretty unusual. So what we have here is it's called the TKB. It's from Surge, SERGE, I think. Yeah. Oh, hey there. What are you doing? You know what time it is, right? It's time for me to shove you in front of the camera. Oh, hello. My name is Chompers. I am the ruler of this stream now. You shall all bow to me now. Meow, meow. This man holding me is a servant of Meow. If he does not stop and put me down, I will meow in hate. His love to me does not equal the amount of dissatisfaction that I feel. This attention is nice, but it's not nice enough. There you go, little buddy. You didn't even run off. You didn't even hate that. You're just like, I don't want to look at this shit on the floor. What a you're a faker. I know your game now, buddy. What are you doing with that knife? Oh. It's like that. Okay. Put the knife away. No. That cat's gone now. No. What are we doing? I forgot. Oh, we were gonna do some stuff with some music. I was talking about synths, and then I got distracted by the cat. Oh yeah, I was talking about this. Ah, that's right. Silly kitty cat. Brain cells are for somebody else. So we got a sequencer over here, Surge TKB. It has 16 stages, or steps. There's 4 outputs. So there's 64 knobs here. You can have it actually set up to be one output that will generate whatever the values are of all 64, and you can do like different variances, so you can get any length from 4 steps to whatever you like. Actually, I guess you could do shorter than 4. You could do any length if you reset it externally. But so all 4 of those are just pooping out voltages, and they're going into this rude boy right here. This is a Ornament and Crime module. It's from MX. It's a DIY project though. This is like one of the first SMD DIY projects I ever really did too, when we did it on the stream. It's an excellent first project too. I only made one mistake and it was easily fixed. Wasn't too painful. The only problem right now is that they're ran by a 10C 3.2, which is unobtainium right now. It's always 52 weeks out whenever you look at something. I think supposedly there's going to be some shipments later, but it's just really hard to get at the moment. And but anyways, this particular module has a bunch of different functions you can set it to. I have it set up to a function called quarter main, which is basically 4 sample and hold modules. I know people probably get tired of hearing this all the time, but it's fun to talk about sample and hold. So the way it works is that each input, we'll just deal with one input, is getting a voltage, all these different voltages that are chugging along on each stage as it's getting pushed from the clock. Everything's based on the same clock, the master clock from this guy over here. So what the sample and hold will do is grab it at different times by having the divisions be different, except I've actually made the divisions way more complicated with this other module that we just got, but that's neither here nor there. For simplicity's sake, all it's doing is it waits for a trigger. When it sees a trigger pulse, it looks and sees what voltage is there, and it keeps putting out until that changes, until it gets its next command. And so they all run through a quantizer to make everything chromatic. There's scaling that's implied on it, and keying, and then we have 4 different note voltages out, and these just produce constant notes. And it's not even notes really, it's just the voltages to drive the oscillators. But you know, think of it like MIDI. It's just producing MIDI notes, but that's it. The gating and the on and off is being produced by all this, like a monicum of different things. Just kind of experimenting. Some is from this module over here, the Temputiles, that's driving this at the moment, and then some are from this guy down here, which you can't really see very well, which I want to fix that. And it's another Ornament and Crime, but you can get it's all open source, and there's alternate firmwares for this module, and one is called Hemispheres, and it is really awesome. It expands on it, and you basically it splits it down the middle, and you have 2 modules. And they can work in conjunction on a few of them, but for the most part, there's a ton of functionality in just these simple modules, from gate functions, or I should say logic functions, sampling, sequencing. There's a scope. It just goes on and on. It's ridiculous, all the little things that are on there. I think there's like 70 apps or whatever, 70 little things. So, but this one's set to trigger sequencer right now, which is just shooting out trigger patterns that we can manipulate. They're 8 steps long, so they're kind of, I kind of go between using them as regular note steps or like an arpeggiation type thing. They're kind of doing the slow boat deal right now. And then I guess that's it. That's the weirdest thing. None of the notes are programmed in. We just kind of scooch them around in different orders and get different results. We did go through, like, so you can stop the stage and just leave it on, like, pull the clock out and it'll freeze, and you'll go through and tune all the notes so that they basically make chords. And you'll jump from back and forth the stage to make sure you don't get anything discordian. You're not, you know, going from one note to the other. And it's usually not very difficult to pull off, because you're just turning a knob until it's like, ooh, that sounds pretty. And then you try not to repeat yourself too much. Try to keep it varied as you go from stage to stage. But that's how the notes are written. It's just kind of coming up with a bunch of chords that sound nice together. It's not like, it's not uncommon to do, but I bring it up because apparently a lot of people have never tried it or they don't know about it, and you don't even need like an ornament in crime. You really just need some sort of sample and hold module. The Neutron has a sample and hold module. I don't know if it's clockable though, is it? Standby. Of course it does. So you can use the sample and hold module on a Neutron in the same way. You just need synced clocking, and then a lot of the times I used to feed it in the beginning with just an LFO, and you get like the jazz module, and usually that's what you hear with sample and hold. You're like, but if you slow that LFO down, or if you attenuate it heavily, you can have it step between like 3 or 4 notes, and if the LFO is synced, or if you get that timing just right, you can actually build like this very crude sort of sequencer from the sample and hold. If you want it to be chromatic, you'll need to put something like a voltage quantizer, which, I mean, we're literally going through the 3rd or 4th thing I made, because once I learned that about sample and hold, I was like, oh, well, I need a voltage quantizer so I can put this in a chromatic scale. And I kept expanding on that, and for the longest time, that's what I would do. I have like a couple sample and holds, and then most of the time I use this analog shift register, which is similar-ish. It pipes them down the chain, the voltages, but you still get very similar like results in the way that I was using it, because you would get these passages that would be played, you know, like in a round rover type thing, where you go, you know, start up, row your boat after the first bar. It would do that. So that was kind of fun, but it was still limiting, but usually you could get over it by shifting things. And then, but yeah, that's all you really need. It's just a couple of logic, and you always use sample and hold modules. They're always fun. I've always been thinking about getting rid of things to make room for other things. I've never once thought about getting rid of any of the sample and hold stuff unless it's not working. I'm troubled by this light being solid on here. I'm like, that's not supposed to do that. Oh, wait, there we go. I fixed it. Oh yeah, it has a random generator in it. I forgot. But you can feed signals into it. But yeah. Pokemon. Oh yeah, I never did solve that problem. Damn, those pots are hot. Oh. like it when the oboes come in. Hey, 5 levels, Nirvana. There you go. Petra Corey, hey, good to see you. Sweet and syrup. it easy, Hayes. Have a good practice. Hey, Pittsburgh. Yeah. It's probably the one I play better. Not the greatest though. Get you guys a better shot. Hey, Juggling Biohazard. Yeah, this is, I have a few guitars. I don't have that many. I don't have any. I just have an RG and like a Squire. But yeah, this is like my better guitar. It's my favorite guitar. It's an 8-string Schecter. It's the Damien. Yeah, the Damien Platinum. I don't know if there was a gold or a silver. I bought it so I could play djent because I still am really into Meshuggah and djent metal and shit like that. But I find I really enjoy playing jazz and like it's such a really nice guitar. It's a pleasure to play. It's like finger style and shit like that instead of thrasher guitar. I mean, I still like to do that, but most of the time I'm just like... I think I'm still in tune. I've been kind of mean to this guitar. Just heard of Meshuggah's newer song called The Move Below. Oh, I hadn't even checked out their new I'm such a sucker for Catch 33. That's like my, it's my fucking favorite. I listened to it like a couple weeks ago, and I swear I still get, I was really listening to it, mind you. I wasn't just like putting it on the background. I had headphones on. I was just like air drumming and everything, and just like listening, because it's an amazing album. It's a weird album. It's like a 45-minute long song, so we got to put some time aside. But I did such thing, and I put headphones on. The missus was asleep or distracted. I wasn't, was good. And I put that on, and I listen to this every now and then, because the first time I heard it, and I tell everyone, if you listen to the album, make sure you're not distracted. Don't put it on the background. Like, really try to enjoy it, because it's put it in the car. You got a car trip, you got a long trip coming up, you got a long commute, put it in your headphones. It needs to be enjoyed that way. And so I was doing that, and there's a certain part in that song, or in that album or whatever, that I swear I just get misty-eyed, like every time. It's just so impactful and it's so incredible. And like I even know it's coming up, so it's like one of those, things where you're just like, oh, this is where I'm gonna just go, yeah. And it's, and the tears are gonna well up. It's just, it's so cool. It's a very unique experience to have albums that do that for me that consistently. So I throw that in there. I don't think your mileage may definitely vary, but it's still a pretty amazing record. The newer stuff is really cool too. I think it's more accessible to people. The older, or that stuff around that time, was way more experimental, and then they kind of found their groove of mixing thrash and experimental together, and now it's very, very enjoyable and accessible. But the weirder stuff, like I and Nothing, they did an album. This is great. They did an album called Nothing, and they went on. Because they always have this problem too. I don't think anymore, but they used to have it a lot. They have these scheduling issues, and so they wanted to do an album in 8 strings, but they didn't have their custom 8 strings made yet from Ibanez. So they took their 7 strings and just restrung them so they could do it and finish the album. Right when they're done, they start to do the rehearsal, and Ibanez gives them the guitars, and they love them. And they go on tour with them, and they play, they support that album with the guitars, and they're just like, oh my gosh, this is great. And so they come back, and I don't know of too many instances of this occurring. Somehow they convince the label, which is really a stingy label too, to let them completely re-record all the guitar parts, and they did some rearrangements on some other stuff, and then re-released the entire album. And it's absolutely worth listening. Like, 2 are actually pretty good in their own respects. Like, it's bizarre. But it's if you just want the definitive, then just get it's the last one they released. I think it's the red one? There's a red and a blue one. I think it's the red one's the newer one. Is that, yeah, Sada Tai Die, yeah, that's climbing the charts, though. They're very particular. Yeah, well, I mean, if you ever, God, we could talk about it, I'm not sure. If you ever go to see interviews with them, they're pretty awesome cats, and they're just like real like they were talking about, like eventually they got another Ibanez, because those they liked, but then they got these other ones because they had to do, I ride my strap up pretty high, but they had to like always play like this, because if they sat up, the guitar would like tip forward, and so they had to go like that so they could keep it in place. And so Ibanez fixed that, but they were like, yeah, for like a tour or whatever, we had to always just play like all hunched over. It's like, and they're really cool to watch in interviews too. There's some guitar company, or I don't know, there's some guitar magazines or somebody interviewing them, asking about it, and they play a couple of their riffs, and it's really fascinating to listen to them like discuss how they do it, because it's, I don't know, it's just otherworldly. I kind of get the idea that it kind of reminds me a little bit of breakcore. Like, a lot of people think that there's some sort of, magic thing that just mixes up a snare and a kick and a hat and a ghost hit, and you whip out this great breakcore. And I'm like, nah, and actually you gotta spend the time to write it out. Like, it's good for inspiration, but you can't just rely on that. And I feel like that's the same thing with a lot of their music. People, I think that they just like tape a bunch of crap. Maybe they do, I don't know. But they're an amazing band too, because they all write their music. The drummer writes predominantly all the lyrics. I don't know if that role has changed, but for a long time he's done the lyrics. And the lead singer is a guitarist as well. He used to play guitar in the band when they first started. And so he comes up with riffs. The rhythm guitarist writes a majority of the riffs, and they basically all meet up when they go to record an album, and they just show each other all these crazy riffs and all these ideas they come up with, and they're like start stringing it together. It's very interesting, and then they'll spend about their new formula is they spend 6 months learning the songs that they wrote, and then they spend 6 months recording the album, and then they go on tour for 6 months, and then they rest, then they rinse and repeat. And they've been putting out albums every couple of years, about 2 to 3 years. I think about every 3 years or so. And when COVID happened, they really busted in a lot of stuff. I followed them on their like social media, and they were just always photos of them just hanging out in their little home rigs, cranking with the beautiful Laney, just cranking out shit. Oh, the 8-string? Yeah. So this guitar goes down in tuning, and that's what is indicative of gent metal or degen, however you're supposed to say it. And an 8-string guitars is it goes down and it becomes kind of a baritone guitar. But it's still tuned in 5-fret spacing, so like it's F sharp B, yeah, F sharp B, E, A, D, G. Yeah, I was just showing off my RG Ibanez I have that I really like. I need to get off my ass. I need to take that and this Schecter to a luthier, and that the Ibanez needs a massive tune-up. Probably gonna have to throw some money into the whole. But the Schecter, I just like to get it. Get the strings gauged out and restrung in the same gauge because I'm really comfortable with that size, or talk to a luthier about changing up gauges. But I really don't want to stray because I like nothing buzzes. Nothing takes too much pressure. It's just like at a perfect spot, but I guess they could correct if they needed to. I really am in the market for a good bass guitar. Their work is so good, I wouldn't be mad if they took 5 years or longer to make a new album. Yeah, Tool, I don't know. I wish they had the luxury that Tool has. And that's another thing too. They went on tour a long time ago, and that really helped Meshuggah expand their audience when they toured with Tool. And what's it, the guitarist from Tool? I always forget his name, but there was an interview about the whole thing, and he was like, "Oh, we love Meshuggah. We absolutely love those guys. We love their music," and he's like, "Honestly, I see a lot of us in them, and a lot of them in us." And I was like, "What an..." And I usually mention that to Tool fans as well. Like, if you really want to, you should check out Meshuggah. If you really like Tool, you might give Meshuggah a try. You might go, these guys are pretty badass too. And their albums are all concept albums too. They all have themes and storylines and yeah, like all their albums are concept. It's pretty amazing too. And so if you really want to submerge yourself into the album and really listen to it, you could listen to it in a passive way, just something fun to rage in the car, or if you really just want to put some headphones on and pull the lyric sheets out, and because like I said, they're not trivial at all. And the only thing that I could ever say, I kind of wish, but I think I've grown to just go, you know what, it is the way it is, and I probably wouldn't have it any other way. But I could see a valid complaint that Jens Kidman, the lead vocalist, has like a limited range, like singing wise, which is true. He just has that. But I thought about it, and I'm like, it's just, whatever. They have the same distortion. I mean, it's consistency, and I really don't like singing very much in my metal music. I like the screams and the waka waka and all that. When they start singing, I mean, sometimes it works, but a long time ago, I dated this girl, and she lived with me, and she would play like all this like metal. I can't remember, they would have like vocal metal or whatever, and oh my God, I hated it. And she'd play it all the time, and I was like, oh my God, I hate this band so much now. I used to mildly dislike them, but now I hope they break up. There you go, I said it. Both their drummers are insane. Yeah, exactly. Danny Carrington and Thomas Hack are easily one of the top drummers in the world. Top, I don't know, top 5 or 10. I'm not a drummer. If Hayes was here, Hayes would chime in. Hayes is the drummer, and Hayes has a very strong opinion about all that, but he's a big Hack fan. I know that. Yeah, I think it is In Death Is Life. I think it's the name of the track, where it's just like, fuck. Yeah. What are we doing now? Are we still doing a show? We're doing a stream? That's right, we're streaming. Trying to work out the fuzzies on this fader. Yeah. Oh yeah, so I guess we did play that. That was a good time though. Actually, I have some fun content for us. I didn't want to go through too much of his stuff, but I found this content creator who's so fucking cool, and he makes like music, but it's very meme oriented. I don't want to ruin it. I'll show you guys Tuesday maybe. His songs are so catchy too. I've had this one song of his stuck in my head, but his stuff is so funny, and it's so out there that I'm like, I think this would be fun for us to watch together. I'd be silly as fuck, and you guys would have a good time, and you guys would enjoy it too. We live, motherfucker. Listen to Mastodon. They aren't as technically focused, but they're great. When it comes to Mastodon, I'm gonna say the same thing. I really, really, really want to like them. I really want to. I love what they're doing. I love what they're about. I love their music. I love the rock and roll and everything. But nothing grabs me, Maybe I haven't given them a really good, thorough listening, and that's on me. But everything I've been played where people like, oh, Sid, you gotta hear this Mastodon. They'll play it, and I'll be like, it's all right. Is there something cool that happens? So I yeah, the band. Oh, go Sid, it's about to rain. Oh, well. I didn't say they were bad. I just said none of their songs had me jumping up and down all like, this is my fucking new rock and roll. This is what I'm putting on my mixtape. That's all. I didn't say I hated them. I didn't say I didn't like them. I said I want to like them. That's different. Very different, actually, when you think about it. I'm gonna mix things up a little bit. Burn him! Ouch. Blasphemy! Cancel! Cancel the Cid, for he does not love Mastodon. And that, in the Holy Book, is a sin. And as written in the ancient scripture, the only punishment for said sin is death by Mastodon. How was your Christmas? It was pretty good. I played a lot of pinball on the video game machine and drank beers. Actually, I did that on Christmas, and then the days after I kept playing pinball. And I don't get any sleep now because I keep playing pinball. and he bangs his old lady and at the end. Dream Theater. So, I kind of like Dream Theater. That's why I should like Mastodon, right? Heresy? Oh wait, there's a theme. My keyboard bats are dying. Oh no! You gotta keep hitting the key until it finally transmits. Oh. Wait. I never knew Mastodon was a comical band. Are you sure not talking about Clutch? Clutch is funny. I like Clutch. Although to be fair, I really only listened to their self-titled album. I listened to Elephant Hunter or Rider, Elephant Rider, that's what it was. That's pretty good, but man, Space Grass. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a metal band I enjoy, and you can kind of gauge things out. So, Meshuggah, I Hate God. I'm trying to think of some more sludge. I like sludge metal. Like, I love I Hate. They're like, I haven't listened to them in a long time. I should try them again. But Southern Discomfort, I used to listen to that album like on repeat all the time. That dude's got some problems, and I'm glad he made an album about it for my enjoyment. Yeah, the Melvins are good. They used. Now I'm gonna have to listen to Southern Discomfort. I haven't thought about that album in a while. It's a good one. There's another one they have too, but I can't remember the name of it. That I really enjoy. All right. What are we at here? Oh, good. Let's. Me think. Okay, premise for a vid. Show yourself a Grim Reaper is tasked with killing Mastodon, but he fucks up and kills the wrong people. He gets fired, but accidentally kills them by tossing a banana peel in front of the tour bus and ends up winning the hearts and bangs his old lady in it. Wow. No words. Oh yeah, that's right. The other metal band. I don't know if they're metal though. Dillinger Escape Plan. I liked them a lot. And then Converge, of course. I think that's it. I keep, I just kind of stumble across like, oh yeah, these guys. But then, I haven't really thought about it in a long time. I haven't really listened to much metal lately. My buddy is a huge metal fan. Like, listens to, like one time I was over at his house and, he's just got it playing in the background. And he's like, have you ever heard of these guys? They're called blah, blah, blah. And it's like, nah, man. It's pretty cool. Yeah, they're from Finland. Oh, is it in Finnish or English? And he's like, oh, it's in Finnish, but it doesn't really matter. Some of their stuff's online. It's translated. I was like, wow, you just don't even care. That's so cool. I wish I was as cool as you. I didn't say that part. I kept that to myself. Melt banana? No, I don't think so. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick, and we'll come back and do some stuff and things. Hopefully this is an okay patch. I don't know. Here, I'll speed it up. Okay, I slowed it back down. That was cool. All right, I'll be right back. Hey, all right. We're back. Oh yeah, let me kill this. Check something out here. That's what I thought. That's what I was looking for. Man, that took way too long for me to figure out. Well, it's still really quiet. Maybe I can beef it up. Do I have any amps? Not really. Meatwad rapping. Yeah, I took him out. I don't have a way to do the Meatwad rap. And I took the dance party out just because, I don't know. I just do the same joke. I was like, I need to come up with new jokes. There you go, a sip and a dab. Spring verb, yeah. Well, Mr. X asked for it, I think it was yesterday. And it just dawned on me, I'm like, oh wait, I need something for this percussive sound. What should it be? So one thing I did start thinking about is I'm going to build a third Tesseract mixer. But this one will kind of be a submix system. I'm going to have a module of 4 stereo ends, and then a module of 4 of the newer mono ends that have a VCA built in to do some auto mixing. Right, I need some way to open this up and close it. Sloth. Alright, it's slothed up, Mother Slother. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, we got a dab and a hydrate. I love it. I love the sentiment. I love the thought. I don't like this hat pattern. I would like to see non-linear circuits system. You kinda sorta see it, but I don't think I've ever seen a video of the whole thing. It's gotta be enormous. The modular is probably really big too. Get some food here. Oh, hey, thank you very much for that purchase. I just now saw the notification. Let's go. Let's see, what do we get? Nice. Another 808 pillow lives in the wild, impregnating other pillows and turning them into polkas. Nah, that's not true. They're like little throw pillows. Some of them are leopard print, but all are heart-shaped. Your cat pillow? Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Brand new!
Oh, the awesome can't get better. Because now, what is it? Man, Scrain? Is it Scrain? Did I say that right? Here, let me pop back into the frame here. Yo, thank you for that follow. Welcome into the channel. We are doing the Jamtown Jammies. We're a DIY channel. We mostly do electronics. Juggling Biohazard. Did you? Okay. We're a DIY electronics channel. We focus on making this stuff. We try to get people into synths, into building, into making, and having all the good times with it. And we also just like electronics in general, nerding out, good times. But last week of the month, we try to come and hang out here in Jamtown, where we test all the stuff that we've built. This is a new thing. I discovered one of the outputs doesn't seem to be working. I'm not sure what happened. It was working and then it stopped. So, anyways. The little 808 pillows aren't found since they are 404s. Ooh. Awesome. Oh, you came to the right place. You followed the right channel. Yeah, this is a patch. It was from, I don't know, we've had it going for a while. It's different every time, so, because there's like a few, things that reset and they don't quite come back identical to what they were once it's powered back up. So you still get that variety in there of like, well, this will be different. Yeah, I'm sorry, I lost my trail. Someone's gonna pick up something I fixed. I didn't even stream it because it wasn't that interesting. It was just replacing a driver and a speaker. It's a big speaker, and I was like, that's not even gonna be fun to watch. So I just did it. Ruby Rockatansky with the tier 1 love. Let's fucking go. I did say that I don't have the dance party, but I think we could pump it up a little bit, a little celebration. Got some new faces. We got if I'm not mistaken, a brand new sub. Thank you again. That's awesome. Yeah, it wasn't reconing. It was just a driver replacement. Here, I'll show you the driver though. That's actually interesting, because I've never seen a driver blow quite like this. I don't have all the pieces anymore. I have most of them. Been enjoying your stream a lot. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I'm so glad to hear, and thank you again for the sub. Enjoy those modes. Enjoy that ad-free life. So check out this driver here. This is awesome. Like the guy gave me the speaker, and I've known the speaker. I've used it hundreds of times. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's blown. And I was like, well, is it making this barking sound? And he's like, yeah, I think so. And I'm like, so I get it in, I just pop it in and I plug like some music in and I start turning it up and I'm like, man, this thing isn't really as loud as I remember. And then I hear it bark and I'm like, all right, there it is, torn driver. All right, not a big deal. I take the grill off and I pull it and I immediately text, I take a picture and I immediately text him like, dude, what the fuck did you do? I've never seen this before. And there were just little chunks of paper. Like, you know, this obviously goes here. It's all shredded. Not only did it separate, it ripped itself like this. I couldn't believe it. And he said, like, he's like, I don't know, I think I had the driver aimed away from me when I was turning it up, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing to your... These things have like built-in amps too, the speaker, the cabinet. So I was like, I can't believe you could blow these things, let alone at this level. I've never seen that. I'm starting to wonder if the paper deteriorated, but I mean, it's weird. It's like it was ripped or shredded. So crazy. But it was like a $100 part, and then it took like it took like 2 or 3 months. Because I ordered it from, oh, I forgot their names. They're real popular for audio parts, like musical instrument parts and stuff, and amps and so forth. And they were the only people that had it, and then I found out they were supposed to say nothing. They're supposed to have turned their stock to sold out. So I got waitlisted on it, and I kept asking them like every 3 weeks, like, hey, what's the chances? And then finally it was like, your item's in the mail. Yeah, I was like, what were you playing? Just straight square waves? You're like, check out these square waves. I don't know. But the drivers was really easy to replace. It was really well designed cabinet. I was pretty impressed. And I plugged it in, powered it up, put some music through it, and immediately I was like, there's the volume I was expecting. It's way louder. And I was like, there we go. But it's pretty big. It takes up a lot of room, so. Yeah, I mean, he's a DJ, but he's also an audio guy. I mean, he's not like, you know, super experienced. He kind of deals with his own stuff and whatnot, but I was kind of surprised. I've just never seen a driver ripped like that. And I sent a picture to my buddy who's replaced way more drivers than I've ever done. And I'm like, dude, have you ever seen anything like that? And he's like, no. And he's like, paper cones? I'm like, yeah, paper cones. He's like, was it in a bad deal? I was like, no, he said he just turned it on and pumped a bunch of music through it. And he said it wasn't aimed at him. I don't know what that means. Oh, well. I had a cassette shatter on me once, pushed it hard, and it was -15. Yeah, I could see that. The material's getting really brittle and just like totally breaking down. Yeah, I mean, but it's Arizona. I mean, it's Phoenix. It doesn't get brittle. TJ square wave. MC rectangle. Oh wait, I was doing a dab, and then we got the people. My bad. Let me get that. I think it's the first dab of the day, like official. Well, welcome in. If you have any questions about any of the system, all that stuff's DIY. There's a mixture of Eurorack and Frack Rack. And all the Eurorack is stuff that we've made on the channel. The Frack Rack stuff is stuff I made before I started streaming. I was a tech at a big old nightclub. Speakers were 15 years old. Yeah. But these are new. Like, these speakers are probably less than 3 or 4 years old. There's your dab. And then the hydrate. Ooh, look at that. Everybody's big. It's like... It's like a party in my pants. All right. That's not what I meant. Yeah, these speakers, they came out of the QSC K 12.2 or 10.2. Those are the K series, which aren't that bad. These are the newer ones that have the little mini processors, which is pretty fucking cool. I've never used them. I've never had a gig where I needed to use the little mini processors. I've always just did my processing at the console, but you know, for something like what he does, I was like, oh, that'd be kind of nice. I don't know if that guy's like that knowledgeable on how to do that stuff, but I did recently get him on a gig and introduced him to the industry to kind of get a sense of it, and I'm not sure if he liked it or not, but if he did, I was like, dude, you could be doing sound work and, you know, being an audio engineer. I was like, you're good enough. You just need to learn the protocol and how things are done in this business. And, you know, he's a friend of mine. I was like, I'd be more than happy to go to a warehouse with a buddy of mine's, and we can just play with their gear, and I can show you a bunch of different setups or walk you through it. I thought about doing content like that, but Dave Rat, I noticed, is already pretty much filling that hole beautifully on YouTube, and he knows quite a bit more. I'm gonna have a bunch of, I don't know, science. I don't know why that happened. Magic fairy people in the sky make it. I don't know. And then Dave Rat is like, so this is called Pepperdeer. But I don't know, it might be a fun stream just to go. It would be interesting to do Dave Rat. Oh. Dave Rat is a famous live sound engineer. He's pretty cool. He's just this kind of Cali dude, Dave R-A-T-T, and he started making videos around when COVID happened, and he's been getting better at he's still kind of learning his way through social media. I feel for the guy, but he's, you know, because he's an older guy, but he's still doing a really good job. And yeah, he still runs, I think it's Rad Audio. So his company does the sound for Coachella. There's an example. When Coachella happens, they rent his PA. And then he does like all these touring concerts. Like, he's the sound guy for the Red Hot Chili Peppers when they go on tour. He's retired, like within the last few years. I don't remember, but that was his gigs. Is like some people wouldn't go on tour unless Dave Rat was available, and they'd wait. Oh, Russia's on tour with him? Okay, we'll wait and give him a month off, and then can we schedule him for our tour in Europe? And so that's Dave Rat, his credentials. On top of that, he's making these videos, and the man knows what he's talking about. It's pretty fascinating. Now, he's not super in-depth on certain things, but he says that right out of the gate. You know, it's not like he speculates or kind of like, he's like, so I don't know too much about these particular op amps, but I noticed that there's, you know, he'll do stuff like that. But he does a lot of really cool real-world tests, like taking thousands and thousands of feet of network speaker cable, which is like speaker that's supposed to run down network, category 6 cable or whatever. And he just plugs them in over and over, tries different types of microphones, condensers, dynamics, different types, and talks into them and just does this live test. Doesn't really go crazy, just like if he has to, I have to gain it up a little bit more. Okay, that's starting to kick in, but that's it. It's like, how does it sound? And it's really great. I need to watch his videos. He's recently did a video about something I wanted to do because no one's done it, but he did it, so thank God I don't have to, because it's such a difficult topic to cover. It's called end firing, which now I know how it's spelled. END firing, where you shoot a driver, a sub, into another sub from a certain distance from behind. The way to without having it's easier to show with images, but basically you'll have one sub here and then you'll have another one a foot or two back, and the one in front will be delayed and this one will fire first. So this one fires and the wave starts to get generated in all directions, but primarily down the center. And you time it out so that when the wave and the air pressure hits this speaker fires at that exact moment when those two would converge. So they fire. What happens is it directs the energy in a more focused area, because subs are just, they go everywhere. There's another similar trick you can do where you take 3 or more. You have to just at least have 3. And you take one of the speakers and you turn it completely around so that it's firing the completely opposite direction. And you do almost the exact same thing, except you invert the phase so that the speaker firing backwards is pushing in when the other speakers would be pushing out. And then their time delay occurs so that this one that's going backwards fires first, and then a few milliseconds later, these fire, and it redirects the energy, and it actually creates a null point. There's no bass. When you walk around, you all you hear is the rattling of things outside of you. In this area, it's fairly quiet. It's not 100%, but your stomach's not rumbling from the kick or anything like that. And then you can stand into the field and get back to where that is, back in the cone, and you'll start hitting you in the gut, and you'll feel it in your body and all that. He finally did a video on that, and that's such a hard thing to cover, because I didn't even know, if a microphone would be able to pick it up properly so you could, show what happens as you walk from out of field into field from a subarray or whatever. How does an engineer get paid? I'm sure that's too broad of a question, as it varies from client to client, but does a day-to-day look like? So for an audio engineer, it's typically in the same format. If you're touring, they usually bill you in a weekly rate. So they'll give you $1,000 a week or $5,000 a week or whatever. They'll give you a weekly rate if you're touring for bands. If for someone like myself, I just do events, and I do conferences and conventions, and I work more in line with what would be the entertainment industry, like film and television. And so, and the reigning on that is the 10-hour call. And you effectively have a 10-hour day. So you'll bill, let's say, we'll just do the easy number. We'll do $500 a day, because it's easy math. So you bill $500 a day, and so for 10 hours, they've got you for 10 hours. It's $500. Sometimes you don't do that. That variance is called a half day, and that's a 5-hour, and it's half the rate, so it's $250. And you see why I stuck with 5. So it's going to be more obvious in a minute. Now, if you go over 10 hours, which is very common too, you get time and a half. So now you're getting, instead of $50 an hour at every hour over 10, you're getting 75. That's up until 14 hours, and then it's double. So now you're getting $100 an hour. And on top of that, there's a bunch of different rules, like you have to have a short turn, or you have to have a turn call. So you have to have 8 hours between 2 calls. So if I finish up at 10 o'clock and I have to come back at 8 o'clock, that's fine. But if I finish, if I finish up at midnight and I finish up at 7 o'clock, let's say, that's considered that's 7 hours between 2 calls. It's considered the exact same call, and the billing never stops. So you pick right back up and keep billing. And so, you know, on these really rough gigs, you could be working 14, 16-hour days, only get a few hours sleep, and they'll run, 2 or 3 congruently, which is really, really rough. It's really hard. However, the whole time you're like, what do I fucking care? I'm getting over $100 an hour. Yeah. What else do you want me to do? That's ridiculous money. I don't really care. Some people even bill triple golden, where they'll do it even higher. And I recently got asked if I would be willing to forgo that if they got me a hotel room, and I was like, oh, so they're not getting me a hotel room? And the venue's here in town. But I was like, oh, they're not doing that automatically? Sucks. But I said no. I was like, I'll just drive home and back. I want to use my own house and shower and all that. And I was like, I want to, I can just sleep and take naps in my car if I have to. All audio people I know love Dave Rad. A couple of them used to work at EAW. Yeah, exactly. He's a very lovable guy. He's got really great semantics. He's great. I love him. Yeah, that's why I like to do it. It's a good thing. It doesn't work if you're if you work for hotels or whatever. You're just kind of stuck with it. Although they do get overtime, but it's just regular overtime. But it's an industry that is looking for people. So if any of y'all are interested, you're gonna have to work pretty hard, probably. And not necessarily the hours thing. The hours thing is gonna happen here and there. Usually you only do a 10 or a 12-hour day. But the level of work it's gonna be like unloading trucks, building trusses. What is referred to as neck down work, and where they just need your working spine. This is kind of the joke, but it's I explained it to my buddy. I was like, it's how you're gonna learn the industry, dude. You got to learn how all this shit works and what all this shit does. Even if all you want to do is sound, you still have to understand what lighting has to work with, what video has to work with. You have to understand their universe, their world, and all the requirements. So you got to do it all. Don't worry, you don't have to do it forever. I fucking hate lights. I don't touch lights. I got sucked into lights this year. I was like, oh yeah, let me see if I can remember how this all works. But all in all, I get what lighting has to do and how difficult it is. A house guy working for a venue specifically for Devil Nation, it's hourly with OT after 40. Yeah, and venues, that's very common. I'm freelance, so that's what makes it different. Once you go, if you work for, and I recommend working for like a hotel or a venue or something like that, getting a gig like that, so you can at least kind of learn how things are and you kind of make connections, and then you can freelance and go out on your own and probably do a pretty successful depending on where you're located at. It's pretty nice. Yeah, for like entry-level stuff, those I've saw like 350 is pretty common for entry-level. So neck down stuff like I was talking about, you can make about 350, I'd say. Maybe 325 from somebody who's cheap, maybe 300 from a really cheap person. But 350 is pretty common from like the usual deals. And you can also get work from like a labor pool, and basically a big company comes into town and goes, hey, I need a bunch of people who are good at teching to run meeting rooms. And meeting rooms will be these rooms seated for anywhere from 10, 20, 100 people, and you'll have like a couple of speakers maybe, and a projector and a screen and a microphone and like a mixer. And sometimes it's more complicated than that, but you know, a lot of the times your job is just plugging shit in. You know, if you have a technical mind where you're like, you know, you're the person that always helped plug in the television or help people, you know, plug in their computer, stuff like that, it's a job to think about. Let me catch up here. I think I just missed it. Yeah, we're hurting for people right now. It's yeah, exactly. There's a huge deficit in the industry, so there's plenty of room if anybody wants to start to get into it. There's a lot of tolerance because they can't simply just hire more people. Most people don't know about this business. It is very stressful. It can be, actually. Sometimes it's not. Actually, if you just do neck down work and like a lot of stuff like that, it's pretty nice, you know? There's no real stress. You're just kind of like just working, putting your Tinker Toys together. You know, it's because you're building sets. This is very interesting, but sadly, I need to head out. Mr. X, thank you very much for a wonderful night. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you soon. I think I got some more to catch up. Hey, Mechaform, thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you too. I'm an LD and a video guy. Some days I'd love to figure out a modular system lighting setup, kind of like LC. Oh yeah, I've seen those. There's video, like analog video processors too that like generate crazy RGB. I think we rated them yesterday. The entire robot. That's right. He has that in his modular setup, and it's really cool because he gets some really nice psychedelic goofiness and whatnot on his, you know, in time with the music and what have you. Light, yeah. Why do you think there is a lack of people in the industry? Oh, they all went away because of COVID. There was an enormous loss of techs. Like a lot of those people, they never put any money away, and so they went and got regular 9-to-5 jobs. And then there was like no one hiring for nearly 2 years. And so you know, just a lot of people didn't. I mean, that's why I started streaming. I was like, well, I need to expand my options here. I'll try streaming and see where that goes. And that's turned really fruitful. I've met a lot of really cool people. I've started a lot of really cool projects, and some of those things will hopefully generate some paper, so I can you know, pad my Lamborghini garage with a couple of colors of the Countach I don't have. Now, yeah, it's all blown away because there was a bunch of people that just left, and it's worked out for the techs that came back because these, like I have one friend, I get sick when he's like telling me how much he charges people. He got paid for 1 gig $1,000 a day. You would feel ill if you knew what this was for. All he had to do was run a thing called ARS, Audience Response System. It's a silly thing that they use at meetings. It's almost replaced, but they still have people that use it because there's banks and there's companies and they need this all secure and they don't want people sneaking in. And if they use the iPads or the BBD, you know, they're all worried. So they use the ARS because it's secure. And it's these little remotes, and you have a little antenna, and you plug it into this computer, and you run this stupid software, and you can display the results or you can store them, whatever. You get the idea. And they basically throw up a question on the screen and go, hey, at a, you know, this, or this, choose 1, 2, 3, or 4. And the audience will respond and they'll take that data in. His job was to distribute them onto all the tables, make sure they didn't lose any. Sometimes that happens. Some people just accidentally take them. And make sure there are batteries in them and run the software, which isn't very difficult to run. And that was $1,000 a day. Plus travel days at full rate, which usually they give you half-day rate. But he was like, yeah, dude, they paid me full rate for travel. I was like, oh. Let me know if they need any help. Let me know if they need any help. I might be able to help. Flow Lamborghini are so hard. Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, that's what it's all about. It's just trying to get enough money to get all the Lambo colors. I mean, that garage ain't just gonna fill itself. That 7-story garage I got out in downtown just isn't gonna fill itself up with Lambos. Come on. Oh wait, I think I missed something. Oh, no, that was interesting perspective in Europe, so I guess there is parallels here, but not in the same scale. So I have a friend who, he lives in France, and I can't remember where. I'm feeling bad, but sorry, JB. And but he's an audio engineer, and he does touring stuff. He does mostly music, but he does touring stuff, and he does do like, he's done theater and he's done venue. And I've asked him about how that works, and yeah, he was kind of surprised at how the overtime kicks in and things like that. He's like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah, dude. And he's like, oh, that's nice. And I'm like, yeah, dude. Anytime you got an American client, just say that so they don't trick you. Man, it was a great day. I didn't even have to use my AK. Fuck it, I gotta say it was a good day. Yeah, I'm really loving this Tempu tiles. This thing is moving. I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna swap out this divide and conquer. I'm gonna just move them. I think. I need to reorganize all of this, but I don't know. I'd have to. If I'm gonna do it, I might as well take it apart, because I'd have to rerun some cables to make the jump, because the power. Well, yeah, that's true. I could put it in the middle. I don't know. It's just a big project, and there's like a large chunk of downtime. Although I am gonna be busy at the end of this month. I don't think I'm gonna have time for Jamtown. So maybe it would be a good time. I need to raise this up too. I have to take all this stuff off. I don't have to take the racks out. I'll take anything that's heavy. This is heavy, but all these modules weigh nothing. So I'm just gonna leave them in there. I know from one I know one guy from Scotland who works hard as hell. Would you say this type of work could be done part-time, or would you be dedicated 100% into it? Currently, I'm mostly focusing on programming, but I have experience with troubleshooting, fixing shit, but I don't know if it's too different. Honestly, that's all my job is troubleshooting in AV. Yeah, you could. It depends on how flexible your main hustle is. But let's say like let's say if you were someone was a student, if they know their schedule, you're basically going to get a call and say, hey, are you available Saturday at 8 a.m.? Yes, I am. Okay, I've got a 10-hour day. You're going to be unloading truck, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. Or they'll be like, hey, are you available 5 o'clock Wednesday? No, I can't do 5 o'clock. Okay, take care. There's plenty of people that kind of do that. And I mean, it's good cash. It's in the U.S. It's untaxed income, so you have to at the end of the year you have to calculate your tax payment and all that. But honestly, it's just get an accountant. You spend like $300 or $400 on an accountant, and but they get most of your money back. And it's good to have someone help you out with certain financials in that respect. Yeah, where it really hurts is like the tech shortage, because if you have something that's like a 5-day run, like the show I'm getting ready to do is a 10-day run, and there's no way like someone that's going to school or works another job is going to be able to say, hey, I'm going to be gone for 10 days, going and making more money or doing something that doesn't, I'll be right back. That's where you're not going to be able to. But short little runs, or what's known as sets and strikes, which is a set is building it, a strike is tearing it down. You can do set strike work and make like that 350, like I was talking about. You can go at 300 to 400, somewhere in that range. And there's all kinds of levels of stuff that you can do in that. You'll need to be near. You have to keep in mind you have to be near where the work is. So where I live in Phoenix, there's like over a dozen resorts, and there's a massive convention center here. I mean, it takes up 2 city blocks, the convention center. Actually 3, because I forgot there's the Old South one. So there's a lot of work from that. But if you any resorts, any hotels, any places like that, you might be able to get your nose in. And then in Phoenix, there's several things known as labor pools. So if you live in a major city, like I'm talking about, like Phoenix, Vegas, Los Angeles, New York is pretty much, Vegas and New York are pretty much unionized, so it's kind of hard to get in. But even then, if you start up with the union, it's not that bad. So if you were in New York or Vegas, you could start up with IATSE, and it probably wouldn't be that bad. I don't know the whole story, but I talked to some union guys, and I kind of saw some parallels from just a regular freelancer. Yeah, in Chicago, Dallas, I mean, all these major metropolitan cities, they all have a big hotel, they all have big ballrooms, and they always need local people to help set and strike. Any company that I work for that does shows in other cities, they only bring the people they have to, because it's really expensive. So they're only going to get it for the main engineers for this or that, or their managers or whatever for different things. They're not going to do it for the crew. The crew they're going to hire locally. So that's where if you lived in St. Louis or something like that, you could get on a roll for a labor pool, and they'd call you up and say, hey, there's a company Tuesday, 10 a.m. It should be a 5-hour day. Can you do it? And that's really common. That's kind of what it would be like, I would say, for most people. That's how it is for me. But I don't get any calls like that anymore, because I've been doing it for so long. People, they don't want to put you on those gigs and then have to move you around and be like, oh, this person, if you have 5 people and they can all 5 do the same job, but only one of those guys can do one unique job, you'll use those 5 people, those other 4 people first before you go to that person. Gotta go. Yeah, me too. Well, take care. Have a good rest of the night. We'll be back tomorrow. And then this Saturday, we're going to do some New Year's Eve, or some New Year's fun. I'm going to go get some booze. Drink some beverages. Should be fun. Should be worth it. What are we at here? How late are we into the stream? Oh, man. We're at like 6 hours. We should probably maybe call it a night. I'm still tired as fuck. And I do have to make some dinner. Or order it. Order it to be made. Oh. Actually, I think I have some ground beef, so maybe I'll do that. Oh, maybe I'll catch the New Year's Eve stream. This is the first one I'm not working in years. Yeah, I try to avoid them, but yeah, right? I hate... My buddy told me about one a long time ago. And it just sounded awful, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna stay home. You get holiday pay, but I don't care. Which is time and a half. But they usually don't do it on New Year's Eve, they do it on New Year's Day. So it's like, it won't kick in till midnight. And, oh, that was the other thing too. From midnight to 6 a.m. is often considered OT hours. So if your gig starts at 5 a.m., like for an hour, you're at time and a half. That's another thing. There's tons of rules like that. They're wonderful to put on your bill, and no one fights you unless, because I don't know, it's pretty common. I went to the ball drop and it was fun chit-chatting with people there, but not worth it. Yeah, I could do that personally. It doesn't. I don't know. The idea of all those people kind of... I'm a short person, you know? So, like, big crowds of people, I'm just, like, chest level. And, yeah, sometimes that's not the worst thing in the world. But there's a lot of really worse things in the world before you get to anything where you're like, yay! So big crowds of people, I'm like, meh. Also, sure, right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not claustrophobic or anything. I've gone to concerts, all that stuff, but I went to a concert recently when I went to see Meshuggah. And we sat near this venue. It has like front of house, and we just kind of sat near front of house near the right stack. But I was like on my toes like the whole time. And I try to move, and then like someone would get in front of me, and I'd be like, God damn it, I hate this short stature. It's the worst at concerts. It's good for lovemaking, though. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Ask Tommy Cruise. Ask Tommy Cruise. Olympus. Yeah, I'll just take humiliate. I'm not gonna do that. I posted something about it a while back, but I saw or someone was talking about it, and I was like, man, the first that's right, the Allman Brothers. And the first concert I ever saw was the Allman Brothers. I was like 13 years old, and me and my buddy we were in a band together. He's the drummer, and we were best friends back then. And his dad took us to this concert, and it's outdoor arena. It was really cool, and I knew the Allman Brothers, but I wasn't like a huge fan. I was just excited to go out, and so we're there, and the crowd's a little older than us, but we're kids. We're 13. Everyone looks older, and I cannot stress, we're 13. Did I mention that? We're 13-year-old boys. So, anyways, the band's playing. We're maybe 20 feet or so away. You know, it's got a little pit, but there's like a fence to barricade, and there's like all these steps. And right next to us, there's a woman who's riding on top of her boyfriend or husband's shoulders. I don't know, significant other. Let me go. Modernize the story. So sitting on his shoulders, listening to the music, you know. And then she lifts up her shirt, flashes the band. My buddy is straight up like, "Yo, dude!" And then I'm like, "What's he looking at?" "Yo!" "Oh, right, you told me already." How long is she gonna do this for? This is the greatest moment of my life. And I'm 13. Did I mention that? So, man, things were uphill from there. But so, anyways, it was so funny when I think about it, because I was just like, 13-year-old me was just like, that was the coolest thing. I was like, oh my God, this is what music concerts are like? I gotta go to more of these. Never saw the same thing ever fucking again in my entire life. Kind of got bummed out. I was like, man, these things have a lot less TNA than I was promised. And then by the time EDM got into vogue, I was done, you know. I'm like, forget it. I'm out. I'm tired. I'm going to go take a nap. But yeah, no, it was funny. We went again to go see Soul Asylum, The Screaming Trees. Oh man, what was the other band? There was a third band. Oh. They had like an S in their name, I want to say. Oh no, it's the Spin Doctors. That's right. Oddly not, I mean, I liked that band better back then, but really the Allman Brothers concert was way cooler for 13-year-old me. Adult me would be like, man, look at Greg Allman just go. Bless your heart. Dude, deeds. Yeah, you know what? I should just start doing that, you know? I'll just, that's a good idea, juggling, you know? It wouldn't be a stretch for me to just go like industrial goth. You might be onto something. I never thought about it. I never was really interested in the look, but they do have those giant platform boots, and it's totally like, who cares? He's got giant platforms. Let the man through, damn it. I just gotta wear like some black lipstick, and I think I'm good. Maybe a jacket, or I don't know. I'll accessorize, but there we go. And then I'll be able to enjoy all my concerts. Yeah. I think the missus has. I don't know if we're the same shoe size. We're pretty close in a lot of things, but I don't know about shoe size. But I'll have to see. Maybe she's got some big ones that are a little loose. Because then maybe I can save some money and not have to buy them. Because those platform boots, they're pricey. I went to a Kiss concert in 2000 at 12 years old. The thousands of chicks were flashing Paul Stanley. And I had a Skeeter Nights for boobs at the time. Oh. That must have felt wonderful. Yay! This is awkward. Yeah. So many double standards there, right? For exposing yourself in a crowd to a band. So many double standards. It's kind of sad. The man, there you go, double standards. Wanna rock and roll all night, but not look at man tits today. That's a real song. by the Bee Gees. It's got a good guitar solo in the end. Let's see. Praying Mantis. Kiss looks like they would be an insane metal band, but they are not what you think. Same with the band goes. Totally hardcore, but Queen sounds unexpected. Huh. Yeah, there's a music venue here that's like a mid-sized venue, and I was there for a little time as a monitor engineer because my buddy he got into a bicycle accident, and they didn't have a replacement. And it was in the middle of summer, all these tours, and so I worked with a bunch of different, bunch of bands I've never heard of in my life, and like a few larger bands. And anyways, like one of the things that was funny was the A1, the lead engineer there. At the end of the night, I'd hang out with him, and we'd go through and test the rig and chat and all this stuff, and make sure everything's still working, because you have to go through and flash, or you have to throw pink noise and make sure everything sounds right. And so we're going through that, and he was telling me about this time the band Hatebreed was there, and he's like, you know them? I was like, yeah, I know them from like Relapse Records days, but I never really listened to them or anything like that. I just see them in catalogs. And he's like, yeah, man, so they're famous for being super, super loud. And the story goes, although I still don't quite understand certain parts, but they fired their sound guy, or told their sound guy he was fired, like, right before they started. Apparently they thought that was a good idea, or he found out he was that's right, he found out he was fired. No one had told him, but he'd gotten through some way. And so, to fuck them, he did their sound, and then he pushed all the faders up as hard as they would go, pushed everything up to max, locked the console, changed the code on it, locked the processor, went and changed the code on that, locked the processor out, and called a cab, got in the cab, went to the fucking airport. So you couldn't bring anything down. There was no way to disable it. And if you did power something off, it would be a loud pop. And even if you did, you'd bring it back on and it would stay right at the settings that it was last on. So there's no fix until they were done. So I showed this speaker earlier. This will be a good example. So what had happened, so for those who don't know, underneath this little dust cover here, you'll see the coil, and the coil will go down into the magnet, and there's like a core here, and this is how the ventilation and the cooling works and all that, because it gets really hot. But this coil is just floating, and it's attached to the cone, and there's like this little organ thing to protect it from dirt and crap like that. But it's just a coil. So these drivers, he says he's never seen drivers blown like that, and I can't say I have heard of it happening before. So the coil pushed out so far, it completely escaped the magnet. It was super fucking hot, and once it came out into the air, it expanded and came back into the magnet housing, except it was bigger than what it was, so it just smashed into it. And it was red hot, so it basically just melted the copper, and so all these cones were like nippled out like that, and when you went to cut, it was just the cone, because these are giant line array drivers. Well, they're not giant, but they're like this size, but they're pretty big ass magnets. And yeah, they were all nippled out, and it was just melted goo. And he's like, yeah, that was Hatebreed that did that. And they ended up working out a deal with the manager of the tour where they paid like $3 grand, which was half the cost of what it ended up costing to re-driver all those speakers, to replace them all. Used to play in a band, and even the earplugs didn't help. Surprising too is that you can't hear yourself play unless you have the speakers on. Yeah, I was really big on, as an audio engineer, I'm really big on trying to prevent that, and I try not to turn them up too loud. I usually I'll try to, I don't know, we fought for forever when we had like a little venue of our own, and yeah. Nowadays, in-ears are pretty accessible. I don't have any, but I will someday. Yeah, the go fuck yourself preset. Ho! Now say tongue! Dose! Months! Let's go! Welcome in. No, we're in Jamtown today. This is what we soldered. Well, actually, we soldered this thing. It makes music. Doesn't sound like it because we have it in soup mode. Ambient soup mode. No, we're just chatting. We're just sharing some. I was just kind of chilling. I was talking about some crazy stories from being in audio. Someone was asking about AV work and working in like the entertainment industry and things like that, and how to get into it. We were just kind of talking about different things you can do and ways you can find work, and the fact there's a massive shortage in the industry. So, you can it's not like if you apply, there's 7 people you're competing with. You're usually like the first person they've seen in weeks. So they'll be like, yeah, get them in here. We can't wait any longer. So it's nice security. Hey, Ellie! 420. Well, now y'all are here. I think I was gonna end, but I'll go a little bit longer. We'll go for a little bit more. The later night cats. It's worth it. It's good for it. But I am getting a little hungry, so eventually my desire for food will overcome my love of you all. Sorry. But be glad it's not you or I'd have to eat you. Wait, what? New question, does AV stand for audio visual? Yeah, audio visual. AV work, audio visual work. Which is pretty broad, but at least in my world, you'll know how to. You basically, the skills you'll learn or you'll want to learn is how to run a mixer, how to plug in microphones and stuff like that into a mixer, how to set the mixer up fairly capably. You don't have to be beautiful at it, but you gotta at least make it so it doesn't feed back and it's not all like right on the edge of feeding back. And then how to set up a screen, which there's these screens. They're all about the same, but it's not that hard. And then how to set up a projector, which is like focusing one, aiming it, because you have to get it at this perfect apex. And it can be tricky. Nowadays they're easier because they have all these cheat functions built in, but it's a good thing to know how to do it so you don't overextend the cheat function at least. And then basic lighting, which is, you know, lighting up a stage, and usually you use these big clunky lamps that and you put gels in. I mean, it's all fairly basic. The more technical area is stuff that I think a lot of you people would be very comfortable with, where you're just plugging a computer in and getting it to not do shared desktop, or have it do shared desktop, you know, or whatever, so you can get the content to go on a separate screen so they can do their presentation or whatever. And usually it's PowerPoint. If you have any PowerPoint skills, you can bypass a lot of the hard work stuff and go straight into that industry. But you'll be making PowerPoint content and stuff like that. But there's a lot of graphic designers that really love it, and they do really well in that world. They make content for big corporate presentations. I would imagine it would be kind of fun because you get to see like your designs on these giant sets. That'd be kind of cool. No skew. Let's go. So they still have LED. It depends on the show and the distance from the stage. A lot of stages still use incandescent light, which are just regular light bulbs. LEDs are more prominent, but they're still not as prominent. But they will be. It's just kind of a matter of time. I think the lighting industry is kind of feeling it out. I know a few LDs, or lighting designers, who will get these little movers that have a narrow focus. Well, it's like a 20-degree focus or a 30-degree focus, and they'll just use those to light their stage because they can just sit back and run it from the board and focus and everything like that, and they don't have to get up in a lift. Lighting is pretty complicated. You have to know a lot about power. You have to know a lot about light. I never got into it because it's a real. You really meet art with technology in that one, and I'm not that kind of artist. I'm not that good at that kind of art. But I've met several LDs that do really amazing tricks with light to create just simple little effects. How long would it take to go from no experience to job ready? Is it really all one job, or can enough? It kind of depends, I guess, on anybody, but if and where you're working at too. If you were like living in Phoenix, let's say, or a major city like LA, or, well, yeah, let me just stick with Phoenix because I know what it's like here. And you knew nothing about it, but you could hook up a stereo, or you could plug your TV in, and you know how to do multiple desktops on a computer. You have pretty solid knowledge in how outputs work, things like that. And so let's say that's your skill set, but you don't know how a mixer works, you don't know how a projector works, you don't know how lighting, you don't know any of that stuff. So I would recommend getting a job at a hotel. There's tons of resorts here in the valley. Well, there's not tons. There's about a dozen though resorts, and they all are ran by the same freaking company for the most part. So you could get a job at one, and they could shuttle you around or whatever. But the benefit there is that you're going to be doing that, and no one's going to expect you to be a genius about it. They're going to pair you up. You're green, basically, is what they're going to say. Oh, well, so-and-so's green. We'll pair them up with Tom or Susan. They're really good at this, and they'll show you the ropes. And you just kind of tag along and ask questions, and you got to have a little bit of a go-getter, I would imagine. If you want to succeed. I've seen people just kind of slack off and get through just fine. I sent a picture a long time ago of this guy who was a ballroom liaison. So the local AV company or the in-house AV company will have you have a liaison. So if you need something from the house or whatever. And I took a picture of this dude, and he's like completely passed out in his chair, just sleeping. And he's got his phone like in his lap, and the video's like going even, and he's out. And I was like, I said it to my wife, I was like, there might be a job opening over here. She's like, I don't know if I want to do that. And I go, oh no, I'm kidding. They can't fire this guy. He's like the only guy that'll do this. Yeah, LEDs, all the lighting is so cool. Oh wait, I think I missed something. Let's catch back up.
Burp.
No, lighting is cool. If you have a propensity to that, I would throw it that way, because there's a saying, there's nothing light about lighting. That's the only thing, like everything to do with lighting is fucking heavy. The LEDs are changing that, but they ain't all LEDs. There's plenty of shows where you gotta haul 100 feet of what's known as socapex, or soca, or saka, and it's about, actually, yeah, it's a little bit wider than the diameter of a soda can, and it carries AC. So there's 6 channels of AC power twisted inside and jacketed individually inside of it. The shit weighs an unbelievable amount of weight, and when it's 100 feet run, I can barely pick it up. Like, basically I have to do a trick. You like when you coil it, you have to coil it on the floor, and you go like, coil. So you work your arms pretty good. There's a good workout involved. But when I go to pick it up, you have to tie it up, and I'll go to the tied end, and where it's tied up, because that's my best chance it's not going to flop around and fall apart. And I'll crouch down, and I'll try to work it up on my shoulder, and then I'll fall, I'll lean to my left, and then lift up with my legs, and then I'll walk like this with it hanging off my shoulder. But it's got to weigh at least 100 pounds. It's stupid heavy. Yeah, it's just, but to get into the lighting and to get into the business, you don't need to be great. You just need to be willing to learn. You need to keep trying to improve yourself as a lighting engineer, or a sound, or projectionist, or a video engineer. As long as you keep trying to improve that and you stay on top of your industry, and effectively you just have a passion for it, like you really love lighting and you really love all the new things that so-and-so's coming out with and whatever, then you'll thrive. In my teens, I was always tasked with stomping on foot controllers for garage bands. It stops. That's funny. Yeah, I think coding and well, yeah, it's pretty much the same. I don't know. For me, audio's kind of makes a lot of sense, though. So I don't know. I may have a little bit of an edge, but I've known a lot of other people that have started with very little knowledge and did really well for themselves. Actually, someone brought them up earlier. Actually, I was like, oh, I know that guy. He was okay at the beginning, but now he does great. All right, let's get a little jam going real quick. go from memory. I don't have one. I think it's 4. Yeah, I remember now. What's up? Kind of doing it on its own, though. Agent, let's go, mate. Oh my gosh!
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to
Anonymous! Thank you very much for that gifted sub to Ratnabox. I know it was random or intentional, but it's appreciated. Well, you know, who, when to. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. That's what I meant to say. Messed it up with talking. That's our cymbal. All right. Let me get our snare in. And then our clap. Yeah, I was trying to make more beats than just straight 4 on the floor techno. I'm trying to make some break beats. Went ahead and save that one. I'm just bringing the different channels in and out. on that boss battle. The guy's almost done. The guy is, let me see here. Oh, yeah. Just picking the meat off his bones. Tripping on this damn cable. Uh-oh. Boss scowl. That can't be good. Unless you're the boss. But really, we know Tony Danza is the boss. Man, how did I mess that up? He's on life support. Jesus Christ. I might have dyslexia. Have I seen Avatar 2? No, I haven't. You liked it? Cool. Yeah, I really haven't seen anything negative about it. You know, no real negative press. It's a long movie, but I mean, what would you expect from that guy? And honestly, I think long movies are fine as long as the pacing is good. It doesn't really matter. All right. Congratulations. Yeah, it's like 3.5 hours. Something like that. Wait, I didn't dab, did I? I just did the thing. Oh, shit. Sorry. Gotta follow protocol. Otherwise I get fired. I can't lose this gig. Your typing hurts? Oh no. My little dab thing, oh shit. Alright. Stand by. I'm gonna get someone in the door here. There we go. All right. shell shock. Excuse me. Let's fucking go. No, you can't beat a good dab. That's against the law. There's been like multiple deaths by hanging, I think, or stoning. Stoning. Yeah, deaths by stoning. That's how they do it. Alright. My material's getting bad, guys. Thank you for the dab, ex-Dethra. Thank you all for a fan-fucking-tastic night. It was good. And good for us. And we have prospered. And an awesome... Oh, look at that giant-ass pony. Anyways. Ooh, mass bomb. Oh, this should be good. Alright. We're gonna take off. We're gonna go raid the Killer Bee Relay Team. They got to get you more music going, and then when they're done, they'll definitely serve you up some more jams. Keep your jam meter nicely filled. Make it nice and tasty. No having to piss in the gas tank tonight. Have a great New Year's. Yeah. That's the thing, too. We'll be back tomorrow, guys. Same time, same shit. And then Saturday, we're going to have our New Year's Eve stream. Or New Year's stream, whatever you want to call it. I don't get it. And we'll be doing that all night. All Jamtown, all the time. It's going to get fucking fucked up funky. That's what I'm talking about. Let me go ahead and get the Killer Bee rolling here. And raids away. There she be. All right. Guys, thank you again. All the new subscribers, all the new follows. We've had a ton of new faces in today. Thank you so much, guys.
That's it, man. Game over.
Yes. Bill Paxton is correct. Game over, man. Game over. But we'll be back tomorrow. We'll do it again. Don't worry. It's just a little bit of time. I gotta rest. But yeah, guys, thanks again. It was an amazing day. Incredible night. I had a lot of fun. We gotta do it again. Let's go raid Killer Bee. Let's bring that fun all the way over there. They're fun, too. And we'll spread fun all over the place. We'll just do a big fun all over their face. Like a big load of fun right in their face. Make sure they make eye contact. That's how it works. When you do the load. I need that. I don't know how it works, but it's part of the thing. All right. See you guys later.